dreams become reality and Welcome to Lakeland High School's Center for Performing and Production Arts, where dreams become reality and creativity knows no bounds. At CPPA, we offer specialized programs in music, theater, music production, and guitar, providing students with a comprehensive arts education. From mastering the guitar to music production, our students receive top-notch instruction from experienced professionals.
So the Center for Performing and Production Arts really begins with the why. Why do we do this? Why do we need cutting-edge, forward-thinking arts education? Number one, we want kids to work. We want these young adults to be able to leave Suffolk Public Schools and be college-ready or career-ready, regardless of their chosen path.
The thing that really sets CPPA apart from other programs in the area is that students, though they do declare a singular track when they come in, they are welcome to kind of try out various different classes according to their own interests. And if they get to the place where they want to switch tracks, they're able to do that. And so they really can explore the arts in all those different areas.
That's actually really funny because when I first heard about it, I didn't really want to join because how much I love music. I think it's definitely cleared a lot of the clutter, you know. As a program that's specifically for performing and production arts, I think it's just eliminated a lot of other distractions and it's made me feel focused on and special, which is usually not the case for a lot of music students. But with this program, you can literally come to class to learn more about music and solely music, you know, with other people who solely want to learn about music.
We know that oftentimes we have students that, for whatever reason, are not able to go to traditional magnet-style programs. So we want to keep them in a specialty program here in Suffolk so that they also get to have the traditional high school student experience.
For CPPA, you are actually just like a normal Lakeland student. So they don't go anywhere. We're all right here at Lakeland. So they would take the normal set of classes, except their electives are more focused on the arts. So you'd take all the standard math, English, science, history stuff, and then you'd also take the classes here on campus. The benefit of that is that you're more of a traditional student, so that you're able to do the athletics, you're able to do the clubs, you're able to do those other things, because I believe that a well-rounded person makes a much better artist.
I think having a class, a period in your school day to really focus on music, like that never happens, you know? Or if so, it's usually not so detailed and so specific to what you want to do. So I think it's just great to have a specific class that's like for what you're working on and pushing you to be better in that skill, you know? Like usually I go home and I practice, or I have to find somewhere else to be like, in this class, I can do these things in this class. So I think that's very great, and I just appreciate it so much.
Not only are they playing, but they're learning theory, they're learning composition and songwriting, and I'm excited about that. That CPPA is focused on not just teaching kids the arts, but in developing creative artists, those who create the art, write the music, compose the music, you know, digitally record the music.
Students gain hands-on experience in acting, directing, and stage management, preparing them for a variety of roles in the theater industry.
The CPPA program consists of 6 tracks: instrumental music, vocal music, and then electronic and technical music. We did that for a year. Then last year, those 3 continue, and we added on to that theater performance, technical theater, and then film.
I have no doubt that we're going to go so much further than we already are now, which is so far compared to the first year or the first week of this program to where we are now is just unbelievable to have done in 2 years. So like, let alone in 3 more or 5 more, there's so much more that we'll have accomplished and progressed in. So I can't wait. I really can't.
Now that I've been here for about 3 years, I can with great confidence say that I believe CPPA's and LHS really, and CPPA is the best kept secret in Suffolk as far as the performing arts go.
For more information about the Center for Performing and Production Arts at Lakeland or any of Suffolk Public Schools K-12 Fine and Performing Arts programs, please call 757-925-6750 or go to our website, spsk12.net. We look forward to hearing from you, and we cannot wait to work with the future creators.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the man of the hour, the greatest and best, the classroom pet above the rest, the one and only Humphrey D. Hamster. Ladies and gentlemen, young and old, my name is Humphrey, your friendly classroom hamster, and I'm running for your vote in the greatest event of the year, All District Reads. Why, you ask, should you cast your vote for me, Humphrey? Well, let me tell you, as a hamster, I've seen big things, important things, from my cozy cage in room 26. I may be small, but I've got big ideas and an even bigger heart. I know what it means to care for your friends, to solve problems, and to squeak up when things need fixing. In the world according to Humphrey, you'll learn about teamwork, friendship, and the power of seeing the world from a whole new perspective. Mine! That's right, folks. By reading my story, you'll see even how a little hamster can make a big difference. Now, I know you have many choices to read, but I promise you this. While reading The World According to Humphrey for All District Reads, you'll embark on an adventure filled with laughs, loves, and lessons you'll never forget. Plus, I've got wheels. Exercise wheels, that is. And I'm always ready to keep the momentum going. So remember, when it comes to fun, friendship, and unforgettable stories, Humphrey is your guy. Vote for The World According to Humphrey for All District Reads, and let's make learning fun for everyone. Squeak to the top! Thank you, and don't forget, vote for Humphrey.
This message was brought to you by Humphrey for All District Reads.
I'm Humphrey, and I approve this message.
Every day, children around the world face the harsh reality of bullying. Bullying inflicts emotional wounds that can last a lifetime. It diminishes a child's confidence and self-worth, leaving scars beyond the playground.
It was heartbreaking to realize our daughter was suffering silently.
I felt helpless knowing our child was going through such pain.
I noticed that she wasn't acting like herself. If we weren't paying attention, we probably would have never realized that she was being bullied.
We realized our roles as parents needed to evolve. I'm in the military and my wife works, but we overlooked the importance of active parenting and education.
After meeting with her teacher and working together, we were able to resolve the bullying issue.
Now, We're both actively engaged in our child's education.
We encourage every parent out there to get involved, be present, and listen.
Your involvement matters more than you know.
Join Suffolk Public Schools in our mission to increase parent engagement and create a safe, bully-free environment for every child. Your involvement matters. If you suspect your child has been bullied, please immediately report it to your school's administration team. Reporting can be done anonymously through our Suffolk Public Schools bullying hotline at 757-538-5483 or by completing our SPS bullying complaint form found on our division's website. Together, we can make a lasting difference.
Store closes in 5. We just need to grab a few more gifts.
Jackpot. That's the one.
Yes. Okay, let's go.
JJ, what? Hey, I made my family disappear.
You're not TJ.
You said I'm throwing flies. Sorry, guys. I'm just sitting there having the best night of my life. Oh, what's this?
It's a beaut, Jage.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paper boy, evening TV. Did I get delivered here? Somebody tell me, please. This whole world's confusing me. Clouds as mean as you've ever seen. Ain't a bird who knows you're true. Then a little voice inside you whispers, "Kid, don't sell your dreams so soon."
Mr. Wagner left out that? Yeah, because that's not the right one that I need. I'm sorry. Good evening and welcome to our November work session. I will turn it over to Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first work session presentation is advanced instruction updates. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Branch, our Chief Academic Officer, who will introduce our Coordinator of Advanced Instruction, Dr. Keisha Melvin, to provide this annual report to the board. It includes advanced instruction in world languages, programs, Project Lead the Way, International Baccalaureate, our honor clubs, etc. Dr. Branch?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, our Suffolk Public Schools staff, and guests. I'm excited to present our annual update of our advanced instruction programming, which, as you will hear tonight, as well as see within the presentation, how expansive our advanced instruction programming is. We also will highlight some things that are part of world languages, and Dr. Melvin will detail updates from the 2023-2024 school year regarding our advanced instruction, as well as have some comparative data from the last 3 years. While these are all part of our advanced instruction in world languages, and I just mentioned how expansive they are, it allows, as you see, our students to have multiple options to choose from when it comes to advanced instruction. Dr. Melvin's presentation, which is what we do annually, will focus primarily on our advanced instruction areas, but I want to speak briefly to our world languages. Dr. Melvin is our coordinator of advanced instruction and world languages, and I'm proud to present her this evening as she's well qualified and well versed and is bilingual, and recently held when we were in our generative AI regional session, she was called upon to speak and translate information to Region 2, and I'm really proud to serve with her in the teaching and learning department. As far as some of our world languages information, you'll see the seal of biliteracy. Last year, we had one student from Kings Fork High School who received the seal of biliteracy on their graduation diploma. And that seal is given to a student who has demonstrated and tested proficient in 2 or more languages. This year already, we have 4 students slated to receive the biliteracy seal, and juniors and seniors who will be tested in the spring, well, January, when we return for the next level. So there could be more than the 4 students, 1 from Kings Fork and 3 from Nansemond River, who are currently slated to receive that seal. For the summer residential governor's school, we did have 1 student from Kings Fork High School to participate in that over the summer, and that is a call out to the region for students to participate in that programming, and we did have 1 student. For the Governor's World Language Academies, we had 1 student from Lakeland High School to participate in that as well in Japanese, and that student is from Lakeland High School. Finally, from my area, Camp Launch is facilitated by the College of William & Mary, and they invite students to come out and do a lot of advanced instruction, world languages, and other higher capacity activities. Of the 26 students who were registered to attend from Suffolk Public Schools, 21 attended Camp Launch at William & Mary this summer. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Keisha Melvin, our coordinator of world languages, and maybe we won't. Pause right there.
My apologies in advance.
You good to go?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Melvin.
All right. Good evening, Chair Jenkins, Vice Chair Howe, members of the school board, Dr. Gordon, and members of the community. My name is Dr. Keisha Melvin. I'll be presenting information for our Advanced Instruction Department, data from the 2024 school year, and for our programs this year as well. All right. In the spring of each year, we conduct an equitable division-wide screening of all second grade students. This is a major component of the eligibility process as we gather a robust amount of data to make determinations for QUEST and gifted eligibility. Earlier this spring, a total of 1,086 students were screened, and of that number, 159 students made it forward to move towards eligibility for QUEST. With the students nominated or referred in grades 3 through 8, the number increased to 257 eligible students. So last year we screened 989 students, the previous year, 2022-23, and so 23-24 we screened 1,086 students. There were 1,285 gifted students total in the division last school year in QUEST and high school, which includes GSA, the Governor's School for the Arts, and the demographic breakdown is as follows on the screen. We had 686 male, 589 female, and then we have the ethnic breakdown as well. Next, we have the 3-year enrollment data by high school for GSA. Nansemond River High School has 28 students this year with an average of 26 students for the past 3 years. Lakeland High School has held an average of 3 to 4 students per year, and Kings Fork an average of 10 students. All of our schools have student representation for this highly competitive specialty program that serves 8 school districts. The demographic breakdown for GSA is provided next with mostly female representation at 76.2%. We still exceed our overall quota yearly for offering this specialty program to high school students. Black students represent 47.6% of GSA Suffolk population, and then we have a breakdown of 40.5% white, 9.5% multiple races, and 2.4% Asian. It's great to see a diverse representation of our student demographic within the arts. Next, we're moving into our International Baccalaureate data, 3-year enrollment data at Kings Fork High School. The pre-diploma 9th and 10th grade student numbers continue to increase, but we have seen a decrease for diploma students in grades 11 and 12, as some students choose to pursue other academic interests and extracurricular interests, such as AP coursework, band, JROTC, and some of them even move out of state. In 2023, 27 seniors were tested, 19 of them were IB seniors, and 7 gained the diploma. Last year, 2 diplomas were awarded within the highest score being 35, and there were 122 potential certificates. So there is a difference between the IB certificate and the diploma. Students can earn the IB certificate by passing each subject exam and the other components. It allows students to choose individual IB courses rather than pursuing the full diploma, which gives them flexibility in their academic program. The IB diploma is awarded to students who achieve a high level of success in all of the requirements for the IB diploma. Under Mrs. Barnard's tenure as an IB specialist, there have been 35 so far, and she came on into that position in 2020-21. We congratulate these students and staff for a job well done. This year, there are 27 freshmen, 17 sophomores, 9 juniors, and 11 seniors in the program, 64 total students. We look forward to the data that will be reported for May 2025. We now have data for our Project Lead the Way engineering program at Nansemond River High School. This program consistently has a full freshman cohort with 24 students. End-of-course assessment scores show an overall passing rate ranging from 60% to 89.5% across the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade program courses. This program only allows 24 students per Project Lead the Way guidelines and CTE requirements. Our data for Project Lead the Way Biomedical Sciences at Lakeland High School also shows a consistently full freshman cohort with 20 students. End-of-course assessment scores show an overall passing rate of 78.6 to 100% across the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade program courses, with 27% to 60% of those courses being distinguished on a national level, an impressive statistic that the district is extremely proud of. The Center for Performing and Production Arts at Lakeland High School continues to grow with each passing year. In year 3 of the program, there are 61 students total enrolled, and 15 more than last year and 27 more than when the program began. This investment in arts and music education continues to showcase our creative students in such a significant way. Students enjoy the flexibility of exposure to various areas in the arts and develop their skills within this unique program. Overall, we continue to be proud of the investment in our specialty programs and the legacy of excellence we are creating together as our numbers are increasing to expand student access and options. We're now moving on to advanced placement data. As noted in our College Board data, student participation in advanced coursework continues to grow, with 520 students enrolled across the division for this year. This number reflects the fact that students are taking multiple AP courses during their high school matriculation, and the number from our previous school year was 470. The information provided on the next several slides reflects division report data from the College Board, including test taker demographic data. As a division, we continue to work to increase access for all students to these advanced opportunities, with the knowledge that AP students aren't required to take exams. The enrollment for AP classes in 2023-24 was 426 and has increased this year to 520 students. Again, this reflects multiple students taking multiple AP classes, as the Nansemond River High School example indicates. So here I have outlined that really there are 156 students that were enrolled, but because they're taking multiple classes, it shows as 308. And then with the AP exams taken in 2024, the projected number was 272, but they ended up taking 149. Again, this is most likely due to increased levels of anxiety among students. Mental health awareness is key, and we also provide financial assistance for exam fees to those who have verified need. AP exams have also transitioned to digital format since last school year. The next 3 slides represent 5-year score summaries for each high school. We're starting with King Fork High School and students who have earned a score of 3 or higher, so either a 3, a 4, or a 5. International Baccalaureate often competes with AP at Kings Fork, so this is a visual representation of what I was speaking about earlier with the explanation of the perceived gap and decline. Also, the mean score for 2024 AP exams was 3.12. So next we have Lakeland, and I do actually also want to note that for Kings Fork from 2023 to 2024, they had 38% in 2023 with a score of 3+, and then 2024, it rose to 68%, which is a significant leap. And then we also have Nansemond River High School. We have been able to expand areas of access and course offerings to several College Board AP classes. The absence of a physical in-person teacher does not limit student access to content. We are proud of the efforts to increase student access to this college credit. AP World History is currently offered to sophomores, but we are working to expand options for students who are not in 11th and 12th grade. So on these next 2 slides, we'll just see how many options we are able to offer. Again, if it's online only, that is indicated. If there's a check there, we are offering it in person. This slide shows the Virtual Virginia and face-to-face AP class enrollment data for the 2023-24 school year and the current school year. We utilize Virtual Virginia options for AP classes that we do not currently offer in person in the high schools. Next, I want to showcase PSAT data alongside the AP exam data for review. The PSAT NMSQT is conducted each October, and that's the National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test. This test is provided free to 10th grade students and paying 11th grade students for a nominal fee. Test fee assistance is available, and AP potential letters are provided along with the student score report. So that shows them what sorts of AP classes would be good for them to take. And with the exam scores that are 3, 4, or 5, that number 163 that's total, out of that total number, there were 74 scores of 3, 66 scores of 4, and 23 scores of 5. Overall, there's a 22.6% increase from last school year, for the school year before. On this slide, PSAT breakdown data is provided for 8th grade and 10th grade and 11th grade students. The PSAT 8-9 is provided to every 8th grade student who wants to test. Providing access to these tests supports division career and college readiness goals and helps these students with developing their own goals and plans for the future. Grade 10 and 11 students who are test takers also receive access, again, to the National Merit Scholarship opportunities. So for the total number, 940 for the PSAT from last school year, that's a 1.7 increase from the previous school year for students who are electing to take that test. Next, we have the test taker demographics for the PSAT and MSQT, and they are featured here. As you can see, almost half of the test takers are African American, and that's the same for the PSAT 8-9 as well. Next, I'd like to go into some of our SPS College Board student recognitions. Students are able to include these honors on their college applications. So for AP Scholars, these are students who scored 3 or higher on at least 3 exams. Then we have AP Scholars with honor, and we have one student at Nansemond River High School who has received the Scholar with Distinction award, which is very prestigious. I'm going to take a little break from the data for a moment just to talk about our areas of focus for this year and to highlight some of the things that have been going on, and then we'll get back to some data. So the Advanced Instruction Information Night, that occurred on October 16th to highlight district opportunities. Thank you for the school board members who were able to attend that event and witness the family experience. It was very interactive, and I've heard great things about it. We also want to expand the advanced high school offerings, including increased enrollment in the college level courses, dual enrollment, and college credit bearing courses. Also, we are looking at a focus of equity in gifted education and advanced instruction. This year, I've implemented a new fall open referral period. Actually, it closes tomorrow, where members of the community, administrators, students can self-nominate to find out if they're eligible for Quest. So previously, we only had a spring open referral period. Now we're implementing the fall. And in order to conduct that with fidelity, all of the gifted education specialists at each school that they represent or service, they met with staff to let them know what it looks like to serve these students, what we're looking for as far as characteristics. We looked at the characteristics of bright students, advanced ability students, creative students, just to look at the nuances and make sure that we're looking out for students who have characteristics that might not always show up in normal or predictable ways. We will continue to have promotion of AP and dual enrollment courses to students with lower participation, including English language learner students. We'll utilize the AP potential letters and the College Board resources as well as their ongoing professional development opportunities. And new for January 2025, which I'm working with the technology department with this, we are extending the Advanced Summer Bridge program that happened in July to the newer members of the specialty program, so students in grades 9 and 10 to be able to help them develop their skills for longevity, to stay in these programs and to develop and continue on in those programs and feel like they are prepared. As stated by the College Board, the recognition programs featured create pathways to college for underrepresented students by awarding them academic honors and connecting them with universities across the country. We are pleased that several SPS students have received these awards for 2024. There are 9 students. They represent all 3 high schools. Their names are listed. And I must say, these students scored in the top 10% of test takers across Virginia on the fall 2023 PSAT and MSQT, or earned a score of 3+ or 2 or more distinct AP exams in 9th and 10th grade, and earned a cumulative GPA of at least 3.3 or B+ or higher to qualify for these programs. So I think they deserve a round of applause. We are very proud of their accomplishments. Finally, I'd like to talk about our dual enrollment data and our partnership with Paul D. Camp Community College. This provides high school students with access to college-level coursework at a fraction of the price, and enrollment continues to grow as demonstrated. At graduation, I remember being so excited about the students who had achieved associate degrees and they were receiving that award. And we are confident that enrollment will continue to grow in the next several years, and for the CCAP courses as well as the other college credit-bearing courses. At this time, I'm happy to hear and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I think the last thing that you mentioned about the associate degrees was on my list to ask, because I'm excited when I see the students at graduation come across and they're graduating from high school with an associate degree. And I know I have talked to Dr. Gorton numerous of times and our vice chair about how can we increase that number. And I met with the person in charge of that at Paul D. Camp, and she's trying to figure that out too. So hopefully we can get together and let the parents know early that this is a good thing, because you're saving a whole lot of money before you get to the 4-year college. So I'm excited about that and everything that you have presented. And again, they are ready to try to figure out how to get more of our students to walk across that stage with an associate degree when they graduate from high school. So I hope we can make that connection. Thank you so much. You have anything? Okay, Ms. Barham?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment. I've been on this board for 16 years, and I'm proud to say that I have been here and pushed for the IB, Project Lead the Way, Project Biomedical Engineering, Center for Performing Arts, and associate degree program. All of those have been accomplished while I've been here, and many, many other things. But I love to see this report because it tells us where we have been and where we're going. And to give these opportunities to our children is the most important thing in the world. And I'm with Ms. Jenkins on the associate degree program. I tell a lot of people about it. I don't think we are communicating as much as we should concerning that program, but a lot of people are finding out about it now. And I commend you, all of you, for working so hard and diligently on these things, because they're all such a success, you know, things that we have added. And it makes me very happy to know that I was a part of it. Thank you, ma'am.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment as well. I want to say ditto to everything she said. I wasn't here when they started the IB and the Project Lead the Way 2 programs, but I came as they were getting off the ground and as they have done the marvelous work that they've done. And I'm always impressed, and I'm always bragging about them. I'm very excited about the testing of the students and the growing numbers that we're doing in the early grades as well to increase the number of participants in our gifted programs. So I'm glad to see that and glad to see that information. And of course, when I look at all the options that we have for students in our advanced programs, it's just very impressive. So when people talk about choice, I throw these things up to say, you have plenty of choices in the public schools, and the students are doing a commendable job with all the things they've done. I'll talk about it more later, but I'm just impressed with what you've done. Thank you so much with this, for giving us this information. And thank you so much for telling us how well these students are doing on the AP exam and with the National Merit Program and all the other things that they're doing. It's impressive, and Suffolk is doing an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you for all of this information. I just have a couple of questions. I'm going to go ahead and say them, and then I can repeat them if I need to. So my first question is, do our students pay for the AP course or just the exam? My second question is, how is AP biology handled online when it comes to the lab work that's typically required? And then my final point is, with the decrease in the IB participation, I know that there are sometimes more accessible benefits to dual enrollment in AP courses than what the IB requires. So if you could just, for the community's sake, speak to like that decrease is pushing kids into another advanced instruction direction, and maybe a little bit about why it's more accessible.
First question, could you repeat that?
The AP course, do the students pay for the course and the exam, or just the exam at the end of the year?
So there are fee waivers that are available to students who have verified need, and that is also something that the state is working on currently to reduce that even more, at least for the next 2 school years. But we have those opportunities available, so all students do not have to pay that exam fee, which is $99.
Okay, and then the second question, how are AP bio labs conducted if the class is taught online?
I do not have that information in front of me
okay.
right now, but I'm pretty sure that they're using pretty high-level digital processes and different platforms to be able to do that. It's not the same, of course, as being hands-on in a lab, but
gross.
Ms. Howell, I can kind of chime in on that question. Dr. Melvin's right, where they actually have 3D and 4D graphics that they use, where the students actually have to highlight the area based on what the question is. So you physically may not have the student's scalpel in your hand, but the actual cutting of the pig, for example, is done in front of them, and then they have to be able to identify the organs and parts based on what's highlighted. So the best part about it is you don't have to worry about the smell, but they're still getting the same concepts of understanding what's happening with the dissection as an example.
Yeah, thank you.
I still remember that smell today.
That's tough. That's tough. I think maybe you might have 9th graders campaigning for regular bio to be digital. And then my last question, if you just speak for the community's sake a little bit about why the decrease in IB is because there are more accessible benefits to our dual enrollment and AP offerings.
Yes, students have a lot of options, and I can just imagine that they will continue to grow here in Suffolk for the different types of pathways they can take for their academic matriculation. Students are choosing to perhaps start out in IB and then say, I'd like to go to CPPA, or I'd like to move on to ROTC, which I hear that a lot, especially when we're doing the 8th grade tour and for their time to be able to apply for these programs, which is kind of what we're doing right now. A lot of them will ask, can I do this? Can I do that? Is that going to impede on what I'd like to do? Or if I'm on a dance team, or if I have this. So there's a lot of considerations that families have to make when you're looking at these programs, but there's so many options that are available. Something that a child is interested in is available to them. And then also with IB, I have heard about some of the different reasons, other reasons why students have decided not to continue on. Some of them move out of state, honestly. That is a very real consequence. We live in a military area as well. Some families have orders and they have to move, but students got into these specialty programs. So there are a lot of different reasons, but yeah.
So I guess my point I'm getting at is it's not an issue with the program. It's that we have more AP course offerings now. It's the IB acknowledgement on a diploma requires a higher level of, skill demonstration. So the dual credit and the AP courses are a little bit more accessible as far as moving towards a goal of building your college portfolio in high school than strictly focusing on the IB program.
But the wonderful thing is, too, that if they decide to take those AP courses or dual enrollment, they can still get a certificate for IB, which shows that they have accomplished, made great accomplishments in IB. Maybe not exactly for the diploma, but they've still been significant in the program.
Sure.
Dr. Brittingham? Mr. Riddick?
I don't have any questions at the time. It was a great presentation. Although I was physically absent, I was watching virtual as I was commuting here. Thank you for an outstanding presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Anyone?
Eyes in the back of his head. That was just a joke.
I know, I got you.
Thank you for your presentation. And the only question I have is when I look at the courses being offered in person or online, have you taken a look at the students' progress? Have you compared those that are taking the courses online versus those in person to see what the end result is and if there's an advantage to one over the other for the students?
Would love to be able to do that as I continue to dive deep into this data. That would be a situation also where I have to contact Virtual Virginia to get a little bit more information from their organization as far as those online courses. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job, Dr. Melvin. Really appreciate that information. And as the board has tasked the school administration for several years, very thrilled to see those numbers increasing for higher academic courses. That is something that the board has made clear, as well as has been a part of the strategic plan for increased enrollment. Our next presentation is going to be led by Dr. Branch, as well as Dr. King, our coordinator for school counseling. Just want to take the time to remind the board, this is new course proposals. This is an informational item that will be discussed during the work session, but then you will vote on these new courses during the regular meeting. One of the main things that you're going to hear about from Dr. Branch and Dr. King as we rolled out the Center for Performing and Production Arts, we knew that we were going to add additional pathways each year. As Dr. Melvin just mentioned, we are in year 3. Now it's time to plan for year 4, so an additional pathway will be added, which means new courses in order to make that program whole. So at that point, Dr. Branch, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. I am excited to serve again with my colleague, Dr. Angela King, our coordinator of school counseling. Dr. King facilitated the course proposals process this year in the absence for a period of time of a director of curriculum and instruction, but it served well because she is responsible for the course programming and scheduling in the buildings. She will explain the full process, which is a division-wide process to recommend courses, as well as share how any courses, and we do have one for your review and approval this evening, amended courses and the reasoning behind that. Dr. King, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Branch. Good evening, everyone. Speaking of new opportunities, that's what I'm here for, to talk to you about tonight. So we do have a committee that goes through the course proposal process. And we have many courses that we send out a memo to all the schools and ask for their input. And anybody can propose a new course, a teacher, a staff member, anybody can propose a new course. And these new courses then come to the committee, and the committee is made up of school counselors and building principals, and they provide insights into staffing and course scheduling, ensuring that the proposed course fits with the school's logistical constraints. And then we have content coordinators on the committee. They assess the course content to ensure it aligns with educational standards and curriculum goals. And then we also have directors and chiefs on the committee, and they oversee the broader implications of the course proposal, including its alignment with district goals and strategic priorities. So when we're looking at the courses, there's several things that we take into consideration when we're looking at these. We look at a cost analysis, like budget requirements, funding available, materials, books, that kind of thing. We look at staffing needs, instructional personnel, or do we even have current staff that can actually teach these courses? We look at materials and supplies, how much that's going to cost SPS, and the interest and demand, which is the most important one for us. We really like to gauge the student interest in the course, and these are the ones that we rely heavily on the teacher's input, saying all the kids are talking about, let's do this. So these are the kind of things we look at. So let's get started. We'll start with an amended course. The Hospitality, Tourism, and Recreation 2 course falls under the category of amended courses due to its previous existence within the curriculum of SPS. Years ago, this course was offered to students but was eventually retired. At that time, the Hospitality, Tourism, and Recreation 1 course provided a comprehensive 2-credit experience, rendering the need for a subsequent course unnecessary. The reintroduction of the course, I'm sorry, I was supposed to be doing that, is driven by recent changes in credit allocation by the Virginia Department of Education. In August of 2024, VDOE changed Hospitality, Tourism, and Recreation 1 from 2 credit hours to 1 credit hour. With the reduction of Hospitality, Tourism, and Recreation 1 from 2 credits to 1, there emerged a gap that needed to be addressed to ensure students could achieve a sequential elective as well as a well-rounded education in this field. If approved, we would like to add Hospitality, Tourism, and Recreation 2 to the second semester of the current school year to accommodate the 104 students currently enrolled in Hospitality, Tourism, and Recreation 1. We are excited about the potential this course holds for enriching our students' educational journey. The reintroduction not only supports students in meeting their educational requirements, but also enriches the overall course offerings of SPS. This ensures that students have access to a complete and varied education in the hospitality and tourism industry. So that would be the one amended course we're looking at. Then we move on to new courses. Here we go. Okay, as previously discussed, Dr. Gordon mentioned the Center for Performing and Production Arts is in the very first cohort is advancing into the 12th grade. We're excited to introduce an expanded array of course offerings. These courses are designed to nurture the students' talents, enhance their skills, and prepare them for future endeavors in the arts. Here's a list of the proposed new courses that would be available to our students. Technology and Electronic Music 4, Music Recording and Production 3 and 4, Musical Theater 2, Drama, Independent Study, this is a capstone class and this is the first of 2, Drama, the Workplace Experience, this is the second part of that, Music, Independent Study, again the first part of the capstone, Music Workplace Experience, the second part of the capstone, Chamber Ensemble Vocal 2, Artist Band, Artist Orchestra, and Artist Chorus. And lastly, I would like to, as soon as I turn my page, talk about a world language course. Mandarin Chinese 1 is an exciting new course offering proposed by our dedicated coordinator of advanced instruction and world languages, Dr. Keisha Melvin, who you heard from before, whose commitment to expanding our language curriculum will open doors for students eager to learn one of the world's most spoken languages. Mandarin Chinese is not only the most spoken language in the world with over 1 billion native speakers, but it also plays a crucial role in global business, culture, and diplomacy. And that is the last of my presentation. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Selena?
Thank you, first of all. I just have a question about the Mandarin. That's very, very exciting to offer that course. Is that, thank you, sorry. Is that course going to be live in person or is it online?
We are certainly hopeful.
Okay, and so I guess that would be dependent upon where, I mean, depending upon that, we won't know which schools will be offering it.
Right, right.
Okay, all right.
We have to get approved first by you.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
I've got a question.
Okay, sure.
Really exciting courses that you guys are offering. A lot of them are in the fine arts, and I'm wondering how do those interact or maybe are in opposition to students that are in the governor's school? Do those interact well, or do they have to kind of pick and choose whether they're going to go one way or the other?
they have to choose.
So as we, thank you for that question, Dr. Brittingham. As we said, these courses, it says Center for Performing and Production Arts. So that's at Lakeland. If a student is in the governor's school, they actually, get on the bus and travel to Norfolk. That's a separate set of courses. So that's why you're seeing that. We don't have students who are in both programs to kind of make the choice once they do the application.
Anyone
I
else?
can add to Ms. Lingloff's question, Ms. Jenkins, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
The Virginia Department of Education, due to their desire to increase world languages, has offered scholarship for certain world language offerings, and Dr. Melvin did apply for scholarship for that. There is a shortage of world languages teachers. So to your question regarding the Mandarin Chinese one, we are very hopeful to have someone who is endorsed and eligible for that course if approved by the school board. That would be pushed. We do have that scholarship opportunity, and as the program or the course is built up, we want to expand that. So we definitely want it to be an in-person course. I can't imagine taking it virtually, but students are brilliant and much smarter than me, I'm certain. But that is the course that we plan to take. There is opportunity there through the BDOE's scholarship program for that.
And it's my hope that if we get it all approved, that students will enroll in that course, because that's the most important thing. If we get everything all taken care of and then we have no students, then we did that all for naught. So hopefully students will be excited about taking that course. Thank you. Anyone else?
I've got one more question.
Sure.
In this process of course selection, is there a place where we survey the student body, just thinking about what our board chair just said? Why did we land on Mandarin? Is that because we had students that expressed a desire or need for that particular language? Were there any other languages that we're looking at possibly offering in the future?
Yes, this past spring, I sent out a world language survey to all of the current world language students. I had 432 responses on that survey, and there were 5 languages that were identified of student interest. And I asked them all sorts of questions about, what you would like to study or what you think you would do in the future and what you would need for that. And Mandarin was one of those languages, but there were 432 responses for that survey.
Thank you.
You have another question?
May I ask one more question on that? The survey in the notes down here, the top one that was listed, and that was American Sign Language. And if I'm trying to recall last year, I think we have ASL 1, is that correct? And then there was some question with getting teachers or instructors for, are we still in that same boat where it's difficult to find instructors for American Sign Language? Because I know that was there was a big push for that, and the students were very disappointed.
And you are correct. We are still having trouble finding ASL teachers. We lost quite a few due to retirement, and that really hurt us. We did try to utilize Virtual Virginia for that, and some kids were successful, but that's a tough one to do online, as you can imagine. So that's a struggle for us to find an ASL teacher, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, all I just want to add to it is I do ask that we have some type of component to it that show the students what's in it for them and how the course can be used, because when I took Mandarin at Norfolk State, the Army built in a component and explained the type of career clusters that were available. So if we're going to offer these courses, I think it will help with the longevity of the course if we built, and I'm trying to make sure I don't blur the lines, but make sure that we build in some type of service learning or career fair where they can actually see the dollar amount to being able to speak Mandarin and the job opportunities that's available in this military area. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Branch and Dr. King. And as a reminder, we're going to ask the board to support the request for those courses to be approved. As you heard from Dr. King, the hospitality course, we need approval for that so that we can offer that after the DOE had changed the rules, basically, so to speak, so we can offer that for the spring semester. Our last work session presentation for the board is the new accreditation and accountability system, which will be led by Dr. Stonette Bird, our chief of schools. Dr. Bird will give a review of our 23-24 SOL data and provide information to the board on the recently approved and unfortunately ever-changing new accreditation and accountability system. There are still some things that are being worked out by the Department of Education based on feedback from members of the General Assembly, based on feedback from the Virginia Association of School Superintendents. So one of the things you'll hear Dr. Bird talk change in some of the accreditation accountability breakdown from October to November. It was something that I tried to do my best to explain to Ms. Howell and Ms. Jenkins during agenda review. So this presentation is a little lengthy because there is a lot of information for the board to be able to digest. You will probably more than likely hear Dr. Bird pause during certain segments to allow the board to be able to process what was just presented, and if there's questions while things are fresh on your mind before he moves to the next section. Dr. Bird?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Greetings, Chair Jenkins, Vice Chair Howell, members of the board, Dr. Gordon, and our viewing audience. As mentioned, my name is Stonette Bird III. I serve as your Chief of Schools. Today, I have a presentation about the new accountability system. But before I go into the new system, I'll provide an overview of the previous accreditation system so that you can understand that. And then the flow is, I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison from the new to the old. As Dr. Gordon mentioned, this may be a little lengthy, and I'll try to go through it as quickly as possible, but bear with me when I share with you the overall view, and just trust that I will break it down to 2 points where we can stop and have some discussion if necessary, okay? After that, I will provide an explanation of some of the calculations, not all of them. This is a very complex system here that would take a lot of time to go through each numerical calculation one by one, but I will give an explanation of that. And then we'll talk about what the next steps will be from here with the new model. All right, so first, the previous model, if you were to look on the Virginia Department of Education website right now, you would see these ratings for our school. You would see that we have all of our schools are accredited. We do have 4 of them that are accredited with conditions. The accredited with condition rating happens when you have a level 3 in one of the major categories. All right, so if you've had a chance to look at this, you will notice that all schools with the exception of Kings Fork Middle were achieved level 1 status in English. Kings Fork Middle received level 2 in that area. We're also proud to report all schools achieved level 1 status in mathematics. Science is currently our division focus, as the average achievement levels were below our expectations. As you look through the numbers of level 1 and level 2, you will notice a couple things. Booker T. Washington, Mac Ben, JFK, and Kings Fork High received level 3 status in science, and that is what gave them that rating of accredited with conditions. You'll also note Kings Fork Middle, Hill Point, and Kilby remained accredited despite receiving level 3 status. And this was due to what's called the triennial rule, which is achieved when a school has met all requirements for 3 consecutive years. And then they are only evaluated every 3 years from that point on. So that is why they remain that accredited status. Any questions here before I move on to the new system?
I don't have a question. I just want to reiterate something you just said, because
Sure.
I know it's been a point of confusion in the past, especially if you exist outside the world of education. If our schools have reached accreditation in the 3 years prior, then despite this level 3, in this particular year, they remain accredited because of their prior 3-year history. correct?
That is correct. If
So
you're three
each year is not necessarily in isolation unless the school has been accredited with conditions and has had a history of issues.
That is correct. Once a school has 3 consecutive years of meeting expectations, then they go into triennial status, which means whatever happens the next 2 years, they're only evaluated 3 years after that. Every other school could still be evaluated every year until they meet that 3 consecutive years. That's correct.
I just wanted to clarify that because I know that's been a point of confusion when we've looked at the data, that some of these, despite the numbers we see, remain accredited because of that 3-year status.
Correct.
Jay, I got a question.
Sure.
Is this accreditation based on the raw score, or is it with the growth assessment?
Yeah, it does include growth, and I am going to break all that down in future slides. But yeah, so when you look at this, these numbers that you see on this particular screen right there, it does factor in growth. Okay. All right, so under the new regulation, this is Virginia School Performance and Support Network. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it is an image that you may see related to how schools receive support from the Virginia Department of Education. So you have these different elements, which I'm going to break down later: growth, readiness, and mastery. All of those combine into one summative number, a label. That label is distinguished, on track, off track, or needs intensive support. And like I said, I will go through all of that. From there, they will receive a federal identification, and then the Office of School Quality will determine what level of supports these schools will need. Over here on the other side, the accreditation system takes into consideration all of those things as well, but we still will receive an accreditation rating like we're accustomed to seeing: a fully accredited, conditionally accredited, and accreditation denied. Those will still be solely to meet the state statutory obligations. All right, so I'm going to spend a few minutes in helping us walk through the school performance, so what we know as SOL tests, as well as some other things. On-time graduation, 3 E's. I will break all this down to you, and I'm going to show you how all this gets condensed into one single score. And from this score, the accountability rating is determined. All right, so here's my disclaimer one more time. This is a oversimplification of a very complex system that applies complex mathematical formulas. And Dr. Gordon also mentioned that there are some things that have changed as we move from one month to the next. So if you happen to see a number that may be different than something I presented today, that is very possible. But at this point in time, here is the way that the system is working. So I do want to put that disclaimer out there. All right. So previous system used a percent model which incorporated growth. The maximum score in any category was 100. This new system uses a rating or index in which there's a weight that is applied, and that index could be well over 100. So it looks very different. Here's a visual of the two models side by side. If you look to the left, this is what you would see currently on the VDOE site. If you looked at one of our schools, you would see this is a elementary school that's being displayed here, so the 6 areas and what the rating is. The new system, it will just be one designation. This school would be on track. It's meeting the state's expectations for growth, achievement, and readiness. So now I'm going to break down this left side here. Once again, just a little closer view so that you can see what that looks like. All right, in the new system, very simplified. The school is on track, and that's all that you would see. That's how it would be designated. So now I'm going to break down both of these two parts, the previous system and the new system, to see how calculations begin to differ. So if we look at the previous system, you would see that there is a numerator, the number of students who passed in a particular area, and the total number of students. This numerator and denominator would create the rate. And this is what I was referring to when all of these are going to be percentages. You can't get over 100 in this area. And this is typically what we're accustomed to looking at when we think of SOL pass rates, the percentage. Notice here that you have subgroups and different things that are displayed for us to monitor and how our rating is determined based on how subgroups are performing. When I show you the new system, you don't see the subgroups at the forefront, but we're still very much responsible for subgroups on the federal level. They just don't necessarily show up in the new system. So here is the new system. All right, and I'm just going to look at the top line, for example, reading performance. In this scenario, 373 points earned, number of students is 401. There's the rate of 93. Then you're going to apply a weight, and that's going to give you an index value. All of these index values over to the right-hand column, you're going to add those up to get that one score that I talked about. All right. Now the next slide here, I'm going to show you the previous system, and then I'll pause for a minute where we can ask some questions. All right, so the previous system, here's how it worked. These are fictitious numbers that I use. I applied to 555 students, and I'm using in the previous system. If you had 450 pass and there were 555 students, the calculation would be 450 over 555, and that would give you 81%. The next thing that would happen to Mr. Riddick's question is growth would be applied. If 30 of those students met growth, the 30 would be applied to the numerator and the denominator, making the new fraction 480 over 585, giving you an 82%. That is the way the old system worked. Any questions about this calculation here? All right, new system, very different. I'm going to apply to the same 555 students. You will see that there are students, the score that they receives different weights. So if we had 200 students to score in the pass advanced level, they would be weighted 1.25. So those total points would be 250. Passing students receive a weight of 1. If a student is basic, they receive 0.75, below basic 0.25, and if a student does not test, they receive 0. So if we apply these number of student weights, the number of students that pass to the weight, you would get that third column here of total points earned. You take all of those numbers, add them together in the numerator, 565 divided by 555, times 100 gives you a rate of 102. All right. Any questions here? I'll pause for a minute. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. When I look at the bottom, it says no test. So
Yeah.
say, for instance, if your school we have a rate of about 13 or somewhere close to 14% of our students have disabilities. So if your school, say, has 10% of the population has disabilities, since there are 14 different categories of disabilities, we have some students who will not qualify or don't need to take the SOL test. I'm assuming this is supposed to be the SOL test.
Correct. That would not count as a 0. They would have an assessment.
They would have. So
yeah,
how
there
do
are different assessments. There's
right. So those students would not, who don't take the SOL test. This is only students who qualify to take the SOL
Correct.
test that didn't take the SOL test.
That is correct.
Okay. So they would count as 0 students.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And the other questions I have, are the scores on the instrument the same? The SOL score is 400 to 600. Or are we changing the SOL instrument as far as scores are concerned?
Yeah, I'll take that one.
Oh, okay.
To be determined.
Yep, that's what it says.
Oh.
To be determined.
Okay.
That is the question that has actually been posed by Region 2 to the Department of Ed, because to your point, Dr. Buck, in our old system, whenever it's 500 or higher. And of course, a pass would be 400 to 499. Basic was more than likely, because it hasn't been defined, will more than likely be those kids that will qualify for the expedited retakes, 375 to 399, and anything 374 and below would be below basic. That information hasn't been determined yet by the DOE because of the feedback that they've received from the 8 regions. The problem that we are having is we are scheduled now to take the test in 8 weeks, and we still don't know our cut scores. So that's one of those things that will come up at our next session that will take place in January, which will, then we'll know our cut scores legitimately 2 to 3 weeks before the test is supposed to occur.
I guess my question, how is this benefiting our students? You know, it seems like it's causing us to go lower, or I don't know, it just seems like we don't even have our direction yet, but we're expected to give this to our students in a few weeks, you said? In 8 weeks. So I'm just puzzled if we're supposed to be trying to benefit and help our students and our teachers. Because me working in a school, I see the teachers struggling with what they already have, and it seems like this is going to be even more cumbersome for them. Not that anybody here did anything to do it, but it's just how it's just thrown at us, and we're supposed to just regurgitate it.
And I will say, we've always done a good job in Suffolk of adjusting.
Right. Well, yeah.
Whatever's given to us.
We don't have a
Not
choice.
only are there numbers, we get different assessments, blueprints and things like that change. Dr. Branch and her team work with changing standards, and we make sure that our teachers are prepared to adjust to any of those. But yes, when we looked at one of our models that was presented to us in October, it looked very different from when we got some of the new changes in November. And so we're going to continue to educate ourselves as things change, and we're going to adapt to those changes.
I know you will. And thank you for that.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Who do we direct our letters to in the
Thank you.
BDOE?
I don't know the answer to that question. Dr. Gordon.
Ms. Howe, I love the way you're thinking. So it's twofold here, where the Board of Education has already approved the breakdown between the Dr. Bird had described area, mastery, growth, readiness, et cetera. We believe that that part is going to be locked in. The information that we are now receiving is that the House Education Finance Committee and the Senate Education Committee are going to do some pushes to potentially delay this. We don't know if that's going to occur or not. Our biggest challenge is this is the first time since SOLs were created in 1998 that school divisions did not have the cut scores, the pacing guides, or curriculum maps completed because of the change in the accreditation accountability system. Our concern that Dr. Bird is kind of alluding to is we know that the key is going to be for us to get pass advanced. If we get pass advanced on things, we believe it will take care of the fact that there's going to be a huge learning curve. But we've instructed our principals to take in consideration, because we don't know the cut scores or because the model it really still isn't 100% finalized, it's probably about 95% finalized, that we may have to adjust teacher goals, because many teacher goals are set to pass rates and other things for the test. So Delegate Rasul in the House Education Committee, he's the delegate out of Roanoke City. Sam is in charge, and Senator Hashmi on the Senate side. These were the two legislators that came to the latest Virginia Association of School Superintendents Conference, and the information that Dr. Bird is sharing was the feedback that was presented by our legislative committee to them. So we're hoping that we will get some more information by the time we get out for winter break. And our legislator contact is Dr. Robertson from Virginia Beach, and he has been pushing and has had his lobbyists push for us to at least be alerted of what the cut scores are going to be. because we don't know, especially with new standards, if that's going to shift as well. So I can guarantee you that as soon as I have that information, I will definitely send the board an email to make sure that they are all aware and in the loop.
To respond to one of the comments, we need to contact all of our legislators, all of our representatives, especially those on the Education Committee. The other thing is that we began this process, and the good news about being old is I know when we began this process, and we began this process with the plane flying and then trying to figure out how to land it. We began this process. My problem is that I was glad that you talked about teacher goals. It is very hard when you don't know, one, how we base this 1.25 and the 1.0 and the 75 and the 25, when we don't even know what the scores are going to be. And then you connect them to a teacher's evaluation, and then you tell them what they're supposed to do. All of this is totally and absolutely unfair and I can't even make it make sense. And we need to let our legislators know in whatever way we need to communicate them, email, letters, whatever. And I believe that's one of our roles as school board representatives, as elected officials. We need to let them know that this is not right in any way, form, or fashion. And then to tell people that they're supposed to do this, but we don't know, the plane is in the air and now we're trying to land it and we don't know where the landing gear is. And then to say that you can keep your job or you can't keep your job based on what you do with whatever this is. As you go on, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to delay, but this is, it sounds like the beginning. And while it started in 1998, it started with the cart going before the horse. And believe me, they were planning in 1996 because I sat there with some folks planning it in 1996, 97, and the cart was going way before the horse. I'm sorry.
All right, so previously, the sample that I gave you when I was using 555 students, I was within one area within this framework here. So I was just modeling reading, English reading. You'll see that it's in the mastery area. And elementary looks different from middle than from high. So that one score that a school would receive in reading would then, in elementary, would be the 22.5% would be applied to that number to build out this third column. And I'm going to get to that in a minute. But what I want to show you over the next two slides is just that elementary has these elements where mastery is making up a majority of this overall rate. There is still a growth element here. And there is readiness, which at the elementary level is chronic absenteeism at this point. At the middle school, it looks a little bit different. Your mastery level now drops to 40% of the overall total. You still see growth here, but under the readiness, paired with chronic absenteeism is now advanced coursework. So students who are taking advanced courses can help a school in this particular area. At the high school, you can see that now instead of growth is not an option for our high school students, but we bring into the graduation rate. And there are a lot of intricacies in here with the high school that I won't go into great detail about, but it is based on a cohort model. So the scores shift a little bit from all the students in the high school to just how the cohort, the graduating cohort, the students who have been there 4 years prior, how they performed on different assessments. So it is a little bit of a twist here with the high school. Then there's the 3E framework. That is just the other element. And essentially, without going into too much detail, a school would get points, more points if a student earned an associate's degree, graduated with the associate's degree versus just a regular diploma and so on. There's employment areas in which students can earn point for being a CTE completer. You can get points for enlisting, passing ASVAB, and so on. And so that's the 3E framework that's mentioned in the high school area. Okay, so going back to this sample here of 555 students in the area of English, you may remember we came up with this rate of 102. I'm going to take this rate of 102 and move it over to the other image that I show you, the middle school. And you will see that I've inserted that number right there in the baby blue color. Okay. Now I fictitiously added other numbers, get to one sum score. So when I first started the presentation, I showed you a lot of information comes to one score. So now that we have an 85.7, we look at the performance categories. And as you can see here, anything from 80 to 89 points is considered on track. So all of that to get to this designation of is a school distinguished, on track, off track, or needs improvement. And I will pause here for a moment to take any questions.
Okay, I'm looking at absenteeism. And I know I asked that question in the initial town hall. And I've heard parents' rights for I don't know how long. Parents, along with rights, parents have responsibilities. People want to take advantage of that opportunity. I know many of our parents drive their kids to school, but at least the option is there for us to get them to school. How does that work with us if you change that?
If a student doesn't test. And I think that's still some of the unknown piece right there. But there are codes that we can use in our student management system that will exclude them from falling into the chronic absenteeism area for those cases.
And to add to that, Dr. Burden, to your point, Mr. Riddick, I think you were thinking of what they used to call meaningful engagements, right, that we could do online. They have significantly reduced those because, and I get the justification because they want to push for people to be face-to-face. But we don't know if there's going to be any type of flexibility with that as far as having a kid being able to log on, the teacher can mark them present if they're there in the class, but the justification that the school or school division has to try to show is going to be rigorous. But again, we don't have the template yet.
Madam Chair, I have a couple questions I'd like to ask. Thank you. So have you done a dry run with our data from last year and pushed it through the system to kind of get a feel for what it would look like if we were underneath that accreditation system right now? That's question one. And number two, looking at our data from this year, SOLs, we've got 4 schools that are accredited with conditions because our SPED kids are struggling. What are we going to do to help our vulnerable population of kids? Because this new system seems to have a lot more rigor to it than the old system. So those are my questions.
The first question, it just slipped my mind. What was the first question?
Did you put it through, did you take
Yes.
this
Okay.
year's scores
Yes.
and put it through?
Yes, so we did, and actually we received all of the numbers that were needed to calculate level 1, 2, and 3. We actually receive spreadsheets from Department of Education. So we ran them through. The first model that Dr. Gordon had mentioned back in October looked very favorable. We were, it showed 2 schools distinguished. I think we had maybe two that were the off track and everything else was on. But then a month later, after some of the feedback came through, we got a new model in, and it looks totally different now. So we are, as I go through next steps, and I'm going to answer your other question too, I think it's a good opportunity for me to talk about these first 2 bullet points here, and that is that we're monitoring these changes. As soon as they come out, myself, we have other members within our department, technology, Sean Dickerson, we look at all this information, we call our colleagues in other divisions, and we try to quickly understand what this change is and how it affects all of our models. So we communicate as divisions within the region. Then after that, we we advocate for appropriate representation. So, for example, Dr. Gordon gave the example of English language learners. That was an area, and if you look here, EL students in Suffolk, or EL student progress is 10%. Well, in Suffolk, a lot of our schools don't have a large number of English language learners. So we looked at a school that may have had 4 students. And if 2 of them were not successful, putting a 50 there and applying 10% to it was very detrimental. So those were some of the things we had to work through. So with Dr. Gordon and his team advocating for adequate representation, we know that there has to be a certain number of EL students in that category before it will apply. All right. So then, if you don't have the threshold of English language learners, you don't have that number of 30 within that category, then where does that 10% go? And where that 10% goes really affects the models in very different ways, very drastic ways. So I think, Dr. Gordon, you had mentioned right now it is going with the growth category instead of staying with mastery, which would have assisted some of our schools. All right. So I'm sorry, that's a long answer to your question, but yes, we run the models as soon as we get those numbers. And I will say that, you know, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, kind of the reluctance to share the previous meeting, knowing that it was going to change. I too struggle with, even with our principals. Do we share this model with them now when we may have to go in a different direction the next month? But I think the good part about all of this is that we're all a little bit more knowledgeable. So as they're interacting with their colleagues in other divisions, and as you all are interacting with other school board members, you all have some information and can speak to these changes that are taking place. Okay. Did that answer your first question? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. And as for the second question, please refresh my memory again.
We're looking at the data from
Yes.
last year on the SPED kids.
Yes.
And we've had 4 schools that were provisionally accredited. Looking at this model for next year and our SPED.
Each school has action plans that I'm confident addresses those areas. The last 2 bullet points that I have here is how can we ensure that our schools are going to be successful no matter how the models change. There's 2 things that we know are going to have a big impact, and one is increasing those pass scores. If you pass advanced scores, excuse me. If you remember from one of the earlier slides, students who earn pass advance receive 1.5 weight. 1.25 weight. Thank you very much. So that is would be a major, tremendous assistance to getting this sum score, this 1 score, up as high as possible. And the last thing would be on advanced achievement. So those are 2 areas that we know, regardless of how the models change, that we can impact and keep that single sum score up as high as possible. And that concludes my presentation. Yeah. So I will stay here and answer any other questions. If you have.
And before I turn it back over to Ms. Jenkins, to kind of go back to your question, Ms. Howell, you know, you all do have the Virginia School Board Association Conference next week. And so, you know, I'm asking for you all to really take advantage of being vocal and talking to your colleagues and getting this information out there. I'll be honest, I have been very strategic in talking to the larger school divisions in the state, because I know when Fairfax, Prince William, Virginia Beach, Chesterfield, when they say things, it means more. And those school divisions, because they're larger, they also have lobbyists as well. And so, you know, we're going to work and be strategic about inviting our delegates in and state legislators. I was hoping they could come with us to Kilby Shores the other day, but so that we can have those conversations. You know, definitely going to set something up with Delegate Clark very, very soon. But, you know, at the same time, your voice and pointing out these challenges is going to be really important, especially when it comes to any of the schools divisions that have the 4x4 schedule at the high school level. That is the most prominent concern to me at this point. So please take advantage for those of you all that are attending the VSBA conference next week to be very vocal about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation, and just keep us abreast. Communication.
Thank you.
Now we will we need a motion to go into our closed session.
Motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act found in Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711. Record Review 2024/25-7RR regarding the assignment of a student to Turlington Woods School, whether discussion in an open meeting would involve disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record, which is authorized by Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A2.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and second. Vice Chair,
Second.
Dr. Buck.
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board member Byram.
Yes.
Board member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Is Mr. Riddick in here? Okay. Motion passed.
Okay, thank you. back to order.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of November 14th, 2024, pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia as amended, whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provision of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia as amended requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the City of Suffolk.
So move.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We will now go out for a recess, and we will come back by 7:15. Thank you for your patience. We will now call to order the November 14th school board meeting. Now we will have the pleasure of having the NJROTC from Kings Fork High School come and do the pledge. Please stand as they come in.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As they're leaving, let's give them applause for what they have done. Thank you so much. Now we will pause for a moment of silence. Thank you. Now we will have our mission statement read by Dr. Brooks Buck.
Mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, and effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you so much. Now we will have action on closed meeting items.
Madam Chair, I move that we uphold the decision of the Student Services Committee.
Second motion.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Abstain.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we have the approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda, but I do ask that the board would move item number 4 under new business. Before the superintendent, I have to cut out, and I was wondering if we could exercise that courtesy to move item number 4 under new business to before the superintendent's report after the public speakers on agenda items.
Is there a second to this?
Second.
motion?
Sorry, who's second?
Any discussion?
May I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just clarify, what did you say, why we need to move it?
I have to cut out. I was asking for that point of privilege to move that
okay,
up
because you have to leave.
because I have to leave.
Okay, and move it where?
After agenda speakers, before the superintendent's report. That way I don't know if there's any speakers who would like to speak on the agenda item. And this being an agenda item, I didn't want to cause any friction with that. So I was just asking to do it after the agenda speakers.
Agenda speakers.
Are we ready to vote on that?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Now we will have public speakers.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the board members of and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intent to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law, or where appropriate, court proceedings. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language, or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturb the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment, but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant at arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Brian Walrath regarding Driver Elementary School.
First up, good evening, Brian Walrath. First, I just want to say that I appreciate the board, all that you do for our students and our schools and the community. I have 4 children that were in Suffolk Public Schools. 1 graduated from Rivers last year. She's now at Christopher Newport, and the other 3 are currently still attending. Both tonight, I'm coming to you as both a resident of a Driver, whose house actually backs up to the property at Driver Elementary, and also the president of Bennett Creek Little League, which is on the property of Driver Elementary. I do want to say I know there's been a lot of controversy around this, and I am sure that all of you, for holding onto this building as long as you have, that there were good reasons for you to do that. But unfortunately, the residents of Driver have kind of suffered because of that. I can tell you that it's a safety hazard, not just the building, but actually the outside of it. The playground itself was a huge liability before the auction happened. It was in horrible condition. It was rusty. Several children that I know of were injured on it, nothing serious injuries. And then after the auction, when whoever purchased it came out, dismantled what they could use from it and left the rest behind, which imposed even more of a safety hazard. There is a, I believe it's a pump house that's between the gym and the school building itself. One day, it was last, I want to say it was last fall, and the temperatures outside were probably in the 40s, and there were several little kids after practices at the ball field. They were playing hide and go seek, and there was a 3-year-old little girl. She made her way into there. She fell into the corner, and she was in chest-high water for several minutes before an adult passing by in the parking lot actually heard her. So they were able to get her out. I will tell you that the next day, it was the school board sent out whoever it was, and they went ahead and made sure that was closed up. So appreciate it. Along with when we have called about the playground, temporary fencing has been put up, but obviously, children, that doesn't matter to them. They're going to continue to play on that. On top of that, the building, as you all know, it's just a magnet for vandalism and crime. I believe over the past 4 years, there was 22 incidents reports with Suffolk Police Department for people breaking in. One of those was from my nephew's bike being stolen right from him, taken into that building by kids that were just up to no good. And it's not just the building itself. That obviously, it spews over into the surrounding area. We have had multiple cases of vandalism and destroyed property at Bennett's Creek Little League alone. We have families that have been playing out there for 30 years and on the board for 10 plus years, and they can attest to that this is not a normal thing. This is something recent over the past couple years that has started. We've had multiple break-ins to our concession stand. To kind of protect ourselves from this, we invested $1,400 into camera systems. One evening last May, a gentleman came out at about 3 o'clock in the morning. He discharged 9 9mm rounds into the building, shooting out 2 of our cameras. He was standing directly across from my home, which is roughly 300 feet from my children's bedroom windows. And through the investigation, it was found that this is one of the young gentlemen who had been breaking into the concession stand. I've witnessed multiple times teenagers smoking weed out on the property there, even actually caught a few in the act of sex. I want to say that, me and my family, we moved from Norfolk, Virginia out to Driver, and when we did so, it was because it just looked like a beautiful community. Everything we saw about it seemed like a very safe community. And we moved here to get away from stuff like this, environments like this. And I can tell you today that if I was coming over to look to move to Suffolk today and saw that building, there's not a chance in this world that I would even consider it, and I would miss out on great community that my family has made, great friendships, great relationships, and everything that the city of Suffolk and Driver has to offer. As the president of Bennett's Creek Little League, I'm very grateful for the school board. I'm sure you guys know since 1968 you've allowed us to have that Little League there on the property. And without that, we wouldn't have a place to play. So we are greatly appreciative of that. But just as the city of Suffolk has grown, so has our league. This last spring, we hit record high numbers of over 460 children playing for us, registered for us. 168 of them were T-ballers. That's 168 kids from the age of 3 and 6 that live in the city of Suffolk. And we just don't have the facilities. And this school, this building being conveyed back to the city would allow us to work with the city to hopefully be able to make new ball fields. And,
I'm sorry, your 5 minutes is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are no other speakers.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the agenda adjustment, we are now going to call to the podium Ms. Wendy Forsman, our Chief Financial Officer, and Mr. Terry Napier, our Director of Facilities and Planning, as we're going to discuss resourcing for efficiency and effectiveness in order to support our custodians. We also have members from the HES team that are also here in case there are any logistical questions. We also want to, when Ms. Forsman and Mr. Napier are done, we're going to ask Ms. Lori Mooney, who's the proud principal of Southwestern Elementary School, to also come up to give her perspective as a practitioner and building leader. Ms. Mooney also had the opportunity to talk with principals in other localities that are currently using HES to ask some very challenging questions just to make sure that there was going to be understanding as well as support from the building level. So Ms. Forbes and Mr. Napier, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, good evening. Hopefully my voice will hold out for my 6 slides that I'm going to do. I'm going to start with some custodial statistics if I can, because I think it puts in perspective why we even looked at this issue. 24 of the 118 custodians we have positions for have been hired in the last year, 21% turnover. 27 instances of FMLA or intermittent FMLA have happened over the 23-24 year of 118. 5 is the number of reliable custodians that we have that are willing and able to come and work for us when we have a need for a substitute. It's very difficult to recruit for these jobs, despite signage on the vehicles, website openings, asking people to use QR codes, everything, trying to get this group hired and recruited. Principals, but buildings are struggling to have enough staff to cover the buildings. Mr. Downs is having to call buildings and ask them, are you fully staffed today so I can take 2 of them and bring them over to these other 2 buildings, because I have 1 or 2 people in that building trying to cover that building. And 1 or 2 cannot cover a huge building like Kings Fork High School or Nansen River High School. And principals are spending an awful lot of time coordinating that custodial help, because they find out that someone's not there, then they have to call and find out from Mr. Downs what they can do. So we ask ourselves these questions. Is there a way to increase the pool of custodians ready to work? How can we get our buildings to be consistently cleaner, because we've had that on our climate survey? What are the expectations of our principals with regard to the custodial staff and what they do? How can we better manage the training, the flower beds, how the PTA meetings and after-hours events are handled with regard to cleaning, and get the cleaning of the building done when we don't have enough staff to be able to even get the cleaning of the building done. And then you've got the equipment cost, the janitorial supply cost, recruiting cost, onboarding cost. All those pieces are getting more and more expensive. The grounds work piece of this has been, as you know, taken away because we had custodians doing grounds work. So we partnered with HES to do the grounds work, and they have improved that grounds work just since August. If you ask our principals, they will tell you that it is much more consistent and much more clean than they had it before, when the buildings were being done just by our grounds alone. And they're doing all the buildings, not just what Mr. Napier's group was able to do, which is the elementary and middle schools. So we're getting more bang for our buck by having this group, having a partnership with this group. Also, our custodians themselves pushed back on doing that outdoor work. They were hired to clean. They weren't hired to do flower beds. They didn't feel like they were anyway. And we've had people in my office that come to retire and have said, I can't push that mower anymore. I can't do this job anymore because I just can't push that mower anymore. So it's affecting how our custodians stay as well. And then how do we retain custodians who 90 of our 118 positions are hybrid employees? A hybrid retirement means they have to work a combination of age and years of service of 90 to get their retirement. How do you retain custodians when they have to work that specifically and put 9% of their pay away? This is one of our lowest paid groups that would have to put 9% of their pay away in order to have any kind of retirement after 40 years, basically. And they can go flip hamburgers for more money in their pocket, because we can't say they can't join VRS when we hire them. They have to join VRS. They have to pay that in order to be a Suffolk Public Schools employee. So that also is a barrier for us retaining and recruiting custodians, because they don't see a way to get a decent retirement. Most of them won't stay 40 years. This is sometimes a second career for them, and they don't see it as a way out, and they're getting less in their pocket than if they would go to Amazon or some other place and do less work. And so it makes a very big difference in the market when you're trying to recruit people. Is this where you come in? Or is this my last one? This is my last one, all right. So when we discussed this with principals, because we brought principals in, a cross-section of principals, because we wanted to hear what they had to say. And their biggest concerns were the cleanliness of their buildings, covering the cafeteria during lunch hours, setting up and taking down for community engagement things, PTAs. They need people, they need staff to be able to do those things. With the secondary schools, again, they were covering the cafeteria, but they also really were concerned about athletics. Who's going to clean the fields after an athletic game? Who's going to clean the bleachers after an athletic game? And Saturday events and after hours. As you know, our schools are used constantly. So then we had our principals have a meeting with Asheboro County Schools, who has had this program for 3 years. Our principals spent over an hour giving questions and asking questions and hearing from another division, principal to principal, what happened when they went and transitioned to this program. And our principals at the end of this were very, very satisfied with what they heard from those other principals. But we had the opportunity to do that as part of our diligence of really making sure that we were making sure that our principals understood what this was going to do. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Napier.
Good evening. So what are we asking of you? We're asking you to consider a proposal whereby we resource custodians and substitute custodians out to HES management. And before we get into any more of that, let me just quickly remind everybody what resourcing is versus outsourcing. And we had a discussion about this in a previous meeting, so I'm going to keep this very simple. Outsourcing would involve SPS employees basically migrating to another entity and now becoming that entity's employees. The difference with resourcing is all of the Suffolk Public Schools employees, if they choose to do so, remain Suffolk Public Schools employees. So there is a choice that they have where they would not have a choice in outsourcing. So for those of us that are listening or those who weren't involved in previous discussions, that is basically the difference between resourcing versus outsourcing. And I'll be honest with you, we would never consider an outsourcing model because we don't think that would take care of our employees or give them a choice. So, if we were to switch over, what do those costs include? Certainly recruitment of new staff and staffing of substitutes. That has been such a nightmare for us, as Ms. Forsman said, probably for going on 3 years now. And as she said, it is very difficult to get full-time employees, let alone substitute employees. And there have been times where, 5 is a big number for us when it comes to substitutes. There have been times when we've had 1 or 2 to spread across 21 locations. It's very difficult. We're talking about bringing in 3 zone supervisors with HES. Those 3 zone supervisors would divide up our school division. They would work in collaboration with the division's current custodial supervisor, and it would provide a much broader blanket of leadership, we believe, than simply having one person trying to go from school to school to school for 21 schools. It's impossible. That's one of the biggest things for me. Training for all custodians. Currently, Suffolk Public Schools provides training for custodians. That would become a function of HES as well. So those costs would be transferred. Purchasing of equipment. Ms. Forsman's been very good about purchasing equipment for our custodians. That would also shift to HES if we were to make this, this change. Janitorial supplies. We currently purchase janitorial supplies for all 21 schools. Our custodial supervisor, James Downs, he has purchased enough custodial supplies at this point to last us through the end of January. If we were to make this switch with HES, we would hope that the date would be sometime near either the end of January, first part of February. Our supplies would last that long, and at that point, HES would then become the supplier of everything that was needed to clean our buildings on a daily basis. So again, and this is important, all of our current employees, if they decide or decided that they wanted to remain Suffolk Public Schools employees, they would have the option to do that. Nothing would change as far as their compensation. Nothing would change as far as their service time, leave time. Everything remains exactly the same for them if they choose to do that. But they would also have the option to consider the compensation package that is offered by HES. And as they weigh those two, if they decided to move to HES, that would be an option for them HES would take those employees in. There would be no interview process. There would be no danger of them losing a job. So whether they remain SPS employees or whether they switched to HES and became an HES employee, all of our employees' jobs would remain safe at that point. So those of us that have worked in schools, we all know there's a lot that goes on during the day that custodians do that isn't necessarily a custodial function. We realize that. HES realizes that. So what we are looking at is, and I'll get to that, daytime custodial attendants, as Mr. Downs likes to call them. This would be where schools that have 850 students or more, they would have 3 daytime custodians. Schools with 850 or less, they would have 2 daytime custodians. Those daytime custodians would answer to both HES supervisors and building principals. And the reason we would leave these daytime attendants there is to take care of all of the things that happen during the day at every school. You know, there are messes to be cleaned up during the day. There are cafeteria considerations that have to be taken care of by custodians. There are some cleaning tasks that can be done during the day, and they would be those things. But it's important that our schools still have people there to be used at the discretion of the principals during the daytime, and HES is willing to provide us that. So what would those daytime custodians be doing in addition to what I just said? It's our vision at this point that all head custodians would be one of those people that would move to the daytime shift. And the reason we're thinking that is we still need somebody during the day that can coordinate between principal and custodial crew members during the day what they are doing. But the other part of that is we have work order systems that still need to be manipulated. Head custodians are able to do that. There are things that head custodians currently do that we would ask them to continue to do, so we don't want to lose the benefit of what we've already trained them to do. So there would be a head custodian plus 1 or 2 additional people on those daytime shifts. Custodians, just like our grounds crew do now, they would be cross-branded between, as far as their uniforms and the things that they wear, and between HES and SPS. I don't know if you've seen our grounds crews lately, but they have shirts that have both the HES logo on them, they have the SPS logo, so there's this feeling of a team between HES and SPS, and we're actually working very hard to give the impression and to make sure that our employees understand, you know, you're not an HES employee or an SPS employee. You know, you're all SPS and HES employees, and we're going to treat them that way. And it's a collaborative situation that we have with HES, and we're very happy to have it. It's worked well. We think it would work well for custodians as well. The expectations of all custodians, whether they be daytime or whether they be evening custodians, that would be clearly communicated. We have already actually met with all of our custodians and all of our head custodians to let them know what we're proposing. They have become aware of it last week. And I'll be honest with you, during the meetings, there were questions. We answered those questions. But I didn't get a sense that there was fear from any of them. We assured them that they would all have a job regardless of which way we go with this. And I think they were, for the most part, they were satisfied with that explanation.
Point out that what the model he's just told you is mostly what we're doing now. We have a head custodian and a few custodians there during the day, and the rest come in and staggering in the afternoon and evening to clean the building. So it's not a huge change from our current model. We're just going to partner with HES. So I want to make sure you understand, we're not looking to change the world here. We already have in place where people there during the day. That mostly includes the head custodian. And then what will happen is the people that usually stagger during the day will still come in the afternoon and evenings, and they will clean the building. So we already have this model. We just don't have enough people to accomplish the model. So I want to make sure we said that.
So what we're really trying to do here is get the benefit of having the daytime crews there, which principals need, and also have afternoon and evening crews with uninterrupted cleaning time. That is very difficult for us to do now because we have this shortage of people. But if we can meet the needs of the school during the day and also have this uninterrupted cleaning time in the afternoons and evenings, I think we can reach a point where we not only have cleaner buildings, it's just going to be a better all-around situation for everybody involved, I think. So, pros. And we've listed some of the pros and some of the cons. This is certainly not an all-inclusive list by any means. But one of the main ones, principals would still have daytime custodial attendance to handle what they need handled during the day. There would be more direct custodial supervision, as we talked about earlier, with 3 zone supervisors, plus our current division supervisor who would work closely with those 3 supervisors. HES, they're large, they're nationwide, they have better purchasing power than just Suffolk Public Schools, so they can buy their custodial supplies at a far cheaper rate than we can. Some of that savings will be passed along to us. Equipment, Ms. Forsman would have the option to pay for equipment if we do that over a 5-year period. She does not have that option at this point. Recruitment and onboarding. As I said, this has been a horrible situation for us. It's been a nightmare. Again, HES has a reach that we don't have. They're nationwide. They can recruit from anywhere they want to recruit, and hopefully they can help us with this situation where we haven't been able to get people. They will provide whatever training is needed, and I've seen their training. It's pretty much what we do. There will be no lack of training by switching to HES, and that's important to us. Uniforms. We currently provide uniforms. The school division does. HES will pick up that responsibility if we were to make this switch. More efficient, cost-effective way of resources. That goes back not only to materials, but people as well. Like I said, HES, big company, they have a lot of resources that we will never have. A savings of approximately $8,500 for every custodian hired directly by HES. So the way this would work, as it does with the grounds crews, any employee that remains a Suffolk Public Schools employee can do so. If they do so and they leave Suffolk Public Schools for whatever reason, retirement, whatever it is, HES will backfill that position with an HES employee at that point. There will never be a time where we force out any Suffolk Public Schools employee so that it can be backfilled with an HES employee. That's not the way they do business. That's not the way we're going to do business. We're hoping that by adopting this type of model that our schools will be cleaner, they'll be more consistently cleaned, as was mentioned earlier. All custodians will be held accountable, as will those zone supervisors, which we currently don't have now. Our direct contact with HES will be our current custodial supervisor and myself. And again, national company, more opportunities. Those employees who decide that they like what HES has to offer on the compensation side, they can go there. But one thing that I really like in this model, and HES has assured us that this will remain so, if HES has an advancement opportunity, that advancement opportunity is not only open to HES employees. If one of our Suffolk Public Schools custodians wants to pursue that HES advancement opportunity, they have the same option as an HES employee. So that's something that we currently can't offer them. There is very little room in our division, and in fact most school divisions, for a custodian to advance very far up the career ladder. I think with a company like HES, some of our employees who really want to do more than just be a daytime custodian or an evening custodian, I think they may have a better opportunity to do that with HES than we could ever provide them. Cons. Certainly, anytime we transition from anything, whether it be, we had this with grounds, we have this with instructional programs, we have this with every transition we make. There's going to be a time where that transition is bumpy. You have to work through that. The divisions that we have talked to that have done this, they have told us, yes, transition is difficult, but once you get past that transition period, everything runs as smooth as it can possibly run. And I think those transition periods, from what I've learned from talking to other school divisions, we're not talking about a year here. We're talking about a month or 2 months, 90 days. It's not a long time to transition from what we're currently doing to what we would be doing if we went under the HES model. So that part of it doesn't scare me, to be honest with you. I think whatever roadblocks we run into there, we will certainly work through them. HES has been more than willing to cooperate with us. And at this point, given that we already have a relationship with HES, it's been a very good relationship so far. And I can tell you with certainty that these people are willing to work with us whatever we encounter. Control of cleaning under this model would be dually managed by SPS and HES. So there is this partnership that I talked about. I personally don't really view this as a con, but some people might. But we are going to have a transition in leadership, so to speak, and we've already had this conversation with head custodians, whereby HES supervisors will take over the responsibility of making sure that our buildings are clean. I'm confident that they will do that, and they will do it well. We will have people overseeing our custodians, whether they be our custodians or HES custodians, with a great deal of experience. We have one person on our staff, James Downs, who does have a great deal of experience in custodial works. He does the best that he can, and he will continue to do that. But I think in collaboration with HES, those roles are going to become much more productive than we could ever provide. I don't know that there will ever be a time where we can offer zone supervisors under our current model. This would be a good thing for us. I think it would be a good thing for our custodians. So that's as far as we go as far as our presentation. We're certainly here to answer any questions before Ms. Mooney comes up and gives her
I think we need to give Ms. Mooney an opportunity to give her her perception based on her conversations with the principals in Asheboro, and then that also may lead to any potential questions or clarity from school board members. So as we all know, this is Ms. Mooney, proud principal of Southwestern Elementary School. Ms. Mooney?
Good evening. I do appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you. I told Terry and Ms. Forsman I would be happy to come and just really share some of the thoughts that principals had. I had the opportunity to meet with a group of principals, Suffolk Public Schools principals, as well as when we were able to meet with the other school division. Suffolk Public Schools, one of our goals is to effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources. And I truly believe that HES would be a great way to efficiently manage some of our human resources or to assist with that. This could be a great partnership between Suffolk Public Schools and HES. The big concern as a principal, of course, as we have talked about earlier, is finding someone when someone is out. Coverages just this week. I will tell you, I have 5 custodians. One that comes in the morning to open for Alphabest. The others come in around 11:30 and work until the evenings about 7:30. I've had one that has been out all week long with no one to cover. So therefore, my building is fairly large. So when you have a custodian out, something suffers. Something is not getting cleaned as it needs to be cleaned. And you can feel, you feel that. I think the quality of people being able to come in and work, I think that's huge. When you think of now with kids getting sick and we want to make sure we're hitting those touch points and everything, it makes a huge impact being able to clean properly. I went back and looked at some of the climate data that we had about from 4 years. And in 2021, and this is from elementary school and the school division perspective, it said this school is kept clean. Student responses in 2021 was 85% from the elementary level, 81% at the division. Year 22, 60%, and then 56%. Then we go all the way down to 2023, it went down to 55% that the school was kept clean, and 2024, 54%, but for the division, 47%. So we're noticing a change in something. Maybe we're not being as efficient as we need to, maybe it's the managing, but I feel like if we have these zone managers, that will make a huge difference. So when I come in the buildings in the morning, I'm assured my building's gonna be clean and we can get ready and start the day. Really what I want to end with is saying that cleanliness of the building impacts, of course, student and staff health, which impacts attendance, which impacts student achievement. And therefore, I really think that giving this a try would be very beneficial for Suffolk Public Schools. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mooney. So several layers of information before I turn it over to you, Ms. Jenkins. We were very strategic when we had our original discussion with HES about taking care of our grounds. And the way that we roll this out, we actually believe that in having the custodians based on their own individual feedback, Mr. Napier, Mr. Downs, talk to our custodians, HR department, talk to our custodians that were leaving. We believe that having our grounds taken care of by another company would help with custodian retention. And so we waited about maybe 2.5 months to determine if that was going to be something that was going to change the hireability of our custodians. We didn't see a significant increase in that. So when we had the meetings with HES, we discussed that. We discussed to make sure, as Mr. Napier said, that there was no belief that outsourcing was going on. We discussed the total impact of making sure that everybody understood that no one had to worry about losing their jobs, as he said. And I want to just give this example. We do resourcing in everything that we do. For example, if we have a long-term sub in a classroom, Dr. Branch's team has resources or resourcing support by using university instructors for tutoring. When we had students from the presentation that Dr. Melvin had given earlier, some of our courses that we had that we know that we didn't have folks certified to do an AP course or certified to do a dual enrollment course, or the third part that wasn't mentioned in the work session, if a course just didn't fit into that kid's schedule. We resourced the course and instructional support by partnering with Virtual Virginia. So us having abilities to be able to resource in other areas besides human capital, besides this specifically custodial work, is something that the school division does all the time. And I'm glad that Ms. Mooney kind of talked about some of the feedback, because that was a driving factor. When we see a downward trend like that, we know we can't keep doing the same thing. You all have seen, as Mr. Napier and Ms. Forsman said, we have advertisements about our jobs everywhere. Every vehicle that's riding around the SPS, every van has these tough positions on there, the QR code to scan. Ms. Dickens has put information out not only on our website, but on all of our platforms to try to make sure that we capture. And we also were using our current employees to do recruitment bonuses for those tough to fill positions. So we tried that for 2 to 3 years, and it just haven't made the significant difference that we wanted. So that's part of the reason why we wanted to present this to the board. I know there's just been some conversations about it. So Ms. Jenkins, I'll turn it back over to you in case any board members have questions of myself, Mr. Napier, or Ms. Forsman.
Okay, thank you so much for this report and giving us this information. I just have a few comments and questions. Number one, I do want to say, with us having them for our grounds, all my calls about the grass and all that have stopped. So I just want to give kudos for them for that, because they are definitely taking care of that. My first thing is, who does the background checks for them that will be working with us? Because, safety, make sure that all that's taken care of.
Bob.
Yeah, I'm pretty loud. You got to come to the mic.
Our HES rep.
Hi.
Good evening, everyone.
Good to see you.
Russell Leboff, Vice President of Business Development. We do extensive background checks, not only state but federal, but we also follow what you do. So whatever you require, fingerprinting, what have you, we do the same background checks that Suffolk Public Schools requires.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure, because I'm I want to put it out there, no one's losing their jobs,
No, ma'am.
okay?
Absolutely not unless they want to. So,
Or benefits,
no, ma'am.
okay? And they have the option to stay with SPS or go with your company. Is that what I understand?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and another thing, we currently have building supervisors. So will they be demoted? And,
We have building head custodians.
well, head custodian,
And they
okay.
are our supervisors on site. But
Okay.
no, their positions will remain the same, but they will be on the day. We actually only have one head custodian that doesn't work the day shift at this time. So
Okay.
those head custodians will remain head custodians as long as they stay with us. Some of their assignments will be a little bit different from the normal daytime custodian because of the things we talked about earlier with work order systems and those kinds of things. But no, none of those head custodians, nothing will change for them.
Okay. I think my last one, like, we have increases and offering, you all will be doing the same thing, like yearly raises?
Yes, ma'am, we will be.
Okay. And so I just, we want to make sure that our people are taken care of. Just simple as that. Not doubting anything that you're saying, but we just want to make sure it's in writing, because these are the questions that are coming up. We didn't hear anything till like the last 2 days. So I just want our employees to know that, number one, they're not losing their jobs, their benefits. They have an option to stay with Suffolk Public Schools or contract under your business, correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And they will have all the equipment that they need going forward. And I understand that we have enough, cleaning supplies until January. Will your cleaning supplies be sufficient with the ones that we currently use?
Yes, ma'am, we will ensure that we are in your requirements for those guidelines and
Okay.
your equipment. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Who else has questions? Thank you so much. Okay.
I had the privilege to have a town hall yesterday, and I believe there's two different narratives that are being told. I'm hearing the secondary report coming from you, but I heard the first person report come from custodians, and I'm concerned because I've also heard it that it was stated that the head custodians will not have any authority anymore. Yes, they're not being demoted. It was told that the head custodians, this for SPS employees, that head custodians, that regular custodians don't have to listen to the head custodians. And there was a clapping at the presentation that was given on Wednesday when that was stated. So I'm concerned when we say that no one is losing their job on paper. They're not, but they are losing the responsibility of it. I mean, what do we mean when we're saying no one is being demoted? And it sounds like a play with words.
We mean exactly what we said. Nobody's being demoted. Their positions will remain exactly as they are now. There's no play on words here. We're not playing games with anybody, Mr. Riddick. And what they were told was this: they will no longer be responsible for the cleanliness of the building. That would fall to an HES zone supervisor. That's what they were told.
I'm going to choose my words wisely, and I'm going to
Please
move
do.
on to my next. Excuse me?
Please do. We had a meeting with the head custodians. It was a very
hold
good
up,
meeting.
Madam Chair, I have the floor, correct?
Yes.
I'm being respectful. I'm being nice. But I can't respond the way I'm treated.
Please
I'm
do.
going to be very
Respond.
clear. I'm going to be very clear. I'm being professional. I'm not berating staff because I only have, as a board, 3 people I supervise. We're told to treat people with respect. I'm not going to go for it tonight. So I'm not no one's employee up here. So I just want to remind people, I'm grown. I ain't disrespecting nobody, and you ain't going to disrespect me either. So with that being said, based off the town hall that I had last night, because I asked for representation from SPS to come out, and no one was available to come. And I understand it was short notice, but it was short notice for a school board to be given a presentation on Thursday at 5 p.m. and expect us to make a decision that will impact 118 people. Now, I understand the narrative of resourcing versus outsourcing. I'm very clear with that. However, I know how the game works. So I'm confused as to why, let me dial it down. I'm not gonna let no one control my reaction. I'm confused as to why the board was not presented with these challenges prior to. We were given 1 week to dissect a major change. And I'm assuming that you didn't take 1 week to prepare this. And it brings me back to my concern of the swift, quick decisions that this board has been asked to make. And it's not fair. I'm prepared to ask the board that we table this until we hear from the employees, because what I've heard, and this is unsolicited, I was contacted, I was stopped at voting, I was stopped in the grocery store, way before the custodians even know, and the custodians were pulled out during the classroom day, during lunch for this meeting. What I heard directly from the people impacted contradicts what's being presented today. I'm not trying to overstep in governance because I know my role and I don't mind staying in it. But what I'm asking the board to do is that we exercise and do our due diligence to vet through this, because Board Member Brittingham, you had an opportunity to come, and it was offered to some others as well. You were there. There was quite a bit of custodians who were fearful of retaliation. And I know all of us, or most of us at least, who've been around for a while, is accustomed to the expression, perception is a person reality. So when we have employees of Suffolk Public Schools who perceived that they're being forced out, or perceived that they cannot trust, and that's a word that has been used quite often in this chamber, that they cannot trust the school division, it is our responsibility to make sure we're doing everything as possible to provide those additional layers of support to increase the layers of trust in this school division. And one way to do so is for this board to exercise and have a forum to hear from the custodians themselves, where they will feel comfortable having conversation about how they are impacted. Because from what I heard in the presentation, it doesn't sound as if it's just a personnel issue for our staffing. To me, it sounds as if it's a managerial issue with maintaining a good culture and climate within the department. It sounds as if there's a resource allocation issue to make sure the buildings are properly done. And it's most certainly a communication issue, as into relaying to the board the issues that are at hand. So, Madam Chair, I'm asking that we table this decision, because it is too coincidental that all of this stuff just pops up now, and we are expected to make a rash decision. I've received calls. I encourage custodians. It got so bad, I had 20 calls, and I had to do a Facebook Live, and I'm certain, because it has already circulated through SPS employees, I'm certain that you all already seen it by now, but I was given 20 calls unsolicited on a private number, my private cell, not my public cell number. So these people went through a great length to get to me to relay their concerns of mistrust. So I had to go live and reassure our employees that are under Dr. Gordon, who are housed in your department, that there would be no sense of retaliation if they would share their concerns with us. And some of the concerns that were shared last night was disheartening. And there are multiple people in this room tonight that was there last night and heard these concerns firsthand. So what I'm asking board members, if we will exercise on caution and at least hold a public forum or town hall in our boroughs to talk to to give our custodians an opportunity to speak with us about something that impacts them. I know the narrative is going to be painted that you're infringing on day to day. However, they have some concerns that they don't feel comfortable relaying. And it's not to throw anyone under the bus. It's just, this is the facts. I've already had this conversation earlier with the superintendent, and we done talked about this. This is what they're saying to me. I'm not knocking on anybody's door asking for this information. And My next question is, would SPS continue to seek to hire custodians?
Okay, so you said a lot, Mr. Riddick, so I want to, before you can move to your next question.
I'm just, mirroring
Yeah,
what
I got
staff
you.
does.
I got you. So a couple of things. I do want to make sure that the board and the community and everyone knows. When Mr. Napier and Ms. Forsman had their 2 sessions, AM and PM, on November 6th, dozens of questions, some of the same concerns that you're talking about now came up during those meetings. They reassured the custodians that some of the fear that you're talking about is not the case, because they actually reviewed the presentation tonight with them, because we wanted to make sure everything was consistent. That's one. The second piece is, our Human Resources Department handles that concern or fear when it comes to people losing their jobs. And in my communication with the Human Resources Department, there have been 0 concerns that have been brought forward. Now, could be various reasons based on what you're saying, but I can only go by what the data says. Third part of it, I have my monthly meeting with the Employee Association of Suffolk, and I asked them, and Ms. Gardner actually sits in that meeting with me, have there been any concerns from custodians about our proposal to resource, to have HES come in? There were none. So we try to make sure that we have 3 different components to be able to get the same feedback that you're requesting. Now, I know that you're saying that you don't want to, tap into the day-to-day because the custodians actually fall under Mr. Downs, then Mr. Napier, then Ms. Forsman, then me. But we can't have it so that it's a double standard for the board to hear directly from custodians when staff is bringing a recommendation. Because we're bringing you this recommendation based on what the data says, right? Based on the fact that you heard from a principal who made it clear that if we are serious about what's in our strategic plan, it's my job to bring you all recommendations and solutions. I gave you the reason, because we had a good conversation earlier today. I gave you the reason why we did this in phases. And when I met with the HES team at the warehouse with Mr. Napier and Mr. Downs, we walked through the fact that let's see if taking the grounds work away from custodians makes a difference first. Because I told Ms. Forsman, I'm not ready to pull the trigger on bringing this proposal to the board just yet, because I wanted to see the overall impact. And as Ms. Jenkins just said, you can look at our grounds and see the difference. You can talk to our custodians, because I'm sure when you had your conversations, I'm sure they told you the same thing that they told me. Dr. Gordon, we are happy we don't have to cut grass anymore. We're happy we don't have to cut grass anymore. So we take all of that into consideration when it comes to bring this to you. Now, we know by looking at the other attachments about the amount of money that can be saved in 6 months, 12 months, the fact that because HES is larger, they can buy in bulk. It's walking Walmart right here. So they can buy in bulk for our janitorial supplies. That's going to save us even more money. So if we're saving more money for our custodians as a part of our operating budget, then we can potentially do more things for incentives. We can potentially do more things to raise salaries. I mean, that's the plan and the viewpoint here. So the only thing I'm going to say, because you gave me the heads up that you had mentioned about tabling this. The only thing I'm going to say that if you do table this, that is another month where our schools are going to suffer. That's another month where people like Ms. Mooney then have to worry about, do I have custodians here at my school on a staggered shift? And the last part of the reason why I'm bringing this to you is winter sports started Monday. And so when winter sports games kick off, at the high school level, we basically have an event going on at the high school level Monday through Friday, once the games start. And one of the things that you saw on there was that Ms. Forsman spoke about is coverage of athletic events. And that's something that we don't want to have our daytime custodians coming in on Wednesday morning after a Tuesday night game, and we then have to pull them from their normal duties, taking care of breakfast and stuff like that, to go into the gymnasium where PE classes are occurring because the gymnasium's not clean. I mean, I'm just giving you that as an example. Those are some of the things that we're looking at. So, we're always going to respect the will of the board. But I don't want to have the narrative out there that we didn't take a strategic look on how this is to work. And because what Ms. Forsman shared with the board, this really isn't different than what we're already doing. We just now have another resource to have people. That's really all this is. So, I wanted to be able to address that before you ask your next question.
Madam Chair,
Let me let somebody else go.
the reason why I wanted to ask you if I can speak again is because sometimes, earlier today we allowed the same type of system to happen when it was another board member to ask a question to continue for at length of time. And I don't want to lose my point as to what Dr. Gordon is saying, because sometimes another question can lead us in another direction.
That was during the work session?
It's been the case in multiple meetings as well.
Okay, but still, I just want to give.
It's fine, whatever you do.
Okay.
I'm just asking for
Just
consistency
remember
across
what your
the board.
question. Just remember what your question. Dr. Buck?
Yes. Thank you. I wanted to ask some questions about what you all said. And you did answer about the current employees, that no one will lose their job. My question was, what about new employees who want to come and work for us as custodians? If they apply for a position with SPS as a custodian, will they then have to work for HES, or could we hire custodians for SPS? Under our new-
As our
our new
resource
plan.
partner, they would take on any vacancies. We would no longer be in the recruiting business.
Okay. That was one of my questions. And then the daytime employees, I was trying to understand with regard to the daytime employees. I think that you've answered that all of our head custodians would then come to work in the daytime. Is that?
Currently, all but one do, yes, ma'am.
All but one do, and they are there in the daytime, and so they would be working. I was glad that Mrs. Mooney brought about the information, because that helped me understand that before, we had a higher rating with regard to our own staff telling us that some things had changed with regard to the cleanliness of the building, and I do understand with the custodial problem. Another question that I had for HES, since we have not been able to find people, and you are in the same people market, is it something else that you all do to find people in this region? Because it's not like we can import people to be custodians. It doesn't make sense to move here to be our custodians. If you all feel that you can get a greater resource out of the same pool that we're pulling, and what kind of guarantees do we have that you're going to be able to find some people to cover?
Things have changed greatly since 2020. It is really difficult to get staff, as you all know. So HES had to change the way we do things. So in the past, what we had done is we did an outsourcing model where we had our on-site managers do the recruiting, the hiring, and onboarding. We moved away from that model because it didn't work after 2020. What works is that we have 10 dedicated corporate recruiters who all they do 24/7, 365 is recruit for our partners, our education partners. That's all they do. We also have regional recruiters that do the same. And then you have a dedicated recruiter to your account, to your school system, that we will have on site who will do nothing but recruit for you 24/7, 365. The other thing is you can recruit them, but one of the keys to getting them is to have immediate response to that individual when they apply. And often what happens is they don't get immediate interaction. They don't get engagement with those people who are hiring. We give them immediate engagement. We have a system called WorkWave that brings in all the candidates into one platform, and it pings our hiring managers and our recruiters that we've got somebody who wants to come to work. Typically, we reach out to them within 24 hours, engage them. That gets them interested. That gets them motivated to come to work with you, with us. We get them. If you wait more than 24 hours in today's environment, you lose that employee. They're already working somewhere else. They're going to Buc-ee's, or they're going to Sheetz, they're going somewhere. You can't wait. Before 2020, you could wait a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks and get somebody hired. You can't do that today. We also have pretty incredible incentives, but mostly what we have is we give them respect and we give them a lot of attention. We started working with the school system here in Virginia, and after we started working with them, I went in and interviewed 30 of their custodians because I had lobbied for an increase in pay for those custodians that we were taking on. And I was hoping that I'd hear a lot of people say, you know what, that was great that we got a pay increase. Not one of the 30 custodians mentioned the pay increase, not one. I couldn't believe it. And it was kind of embarrassing for me because I had lobbied for it, because I thought it was going to be a big deal. The number one thing they said that made them happier as an employee, of course, they didn't know this. You don't know what you don't know. So the individuals that Mr. Riddick's talking about, they don't know what they don't know because they're not working with us yet. But what they were most happy about is they actually had a manager who would call them back when they needed help, when they had equipment that wasn't working, or they had a personal problem at home and they couldn't work that day. They had someone to listen to them. So we have 3 zone managers who they will have access to 24/7, 365. They have their cell phone numbers. They can call those zone managers anytime. If the zone manager doesn't answer, then they're going to call John Bloom in the back room. If he doesn't answer, they're going to call my son, who also works for our company. I didn't hire him. My company hired him outside of me, okay? And he's done a good job. But we have an escalation process. So our employees are well taken care of. They're well respected. And guess what? That word gets out. So when you have an employee that comes here and they say, you know what, I went to work with SPS and HES, and they respected me and they treated me well, they made sure I had good equipment, and their manager helps me when I need help, that word gets out. It helps you recruit and it helps you retain people. We also give performance bonuses for attendance. If we have perfect attendance, we give bonuses for that. If an employee sends us somebody, we hire them, we pay them a $200 referral fee. So this is really all about respecting these employees. It's not just about pay. I can provide you stat after stat after stat that says it's 4 or 5 other things before it gets to pay. It becomes about pay, and Mr. Riddick's shaking his head right. It becomes about pay when these individuals are not respected. I promise you, your employees and our employees will be respected. And you know what? I have never seen the due diligence done by a school system that your school system did. We have had meeting after meeting after meeting. They started off with a small segment, the grounds and landscaping, for proof of concept. And we proved the concept. Then, and this has never happened before, they said, can we have our principals talk to principals for some of your other accounts? I'm like, well, that's never happened, but we can do that. So we did that. And those principals would have told SPS principals if those employees, their employees, were treated poorly. They would have said, this was a terrible thing. Our employees suffered. Our employees were lied to. Our employees were not treated well. Didn't happen, because it doesn't happen. We have 24 models like this, and every single one of those partners, education partners, is happy. And those custodians are happy because we give them respect. So I'm sorry if I got on a little bit of a diatribe right there, but we care about these people.
Well, that's okay. The last thing I want to ask you all is about benefits for our people, because salaries get high and all of that during contract work, but when your contract is over, you don't have a job. And I know that because I know how contract work works. Our employees have retirement, they have health insurance, they have all of those things. How does that work for our employees, and how do their evaluations work with other people supervising them?
Well, that's going to remain the same as they stay SPS employees. Nothing will change for their benefits. Now, if they choose to come to work with HES, they would get onto our benefit program, which we have good benefits. I mean, some of our benefits are really, really good. One of the things that we do for our employees is we do something called daily pay. We can't do it for your employees, but we can do it for our employees. And what that means is when they complete a shift every day, they can go in and they can draw up to 40% of their pay every single day. So they don't have to wait 2 weeks or until the end of the month to get their money, which is important to these folks, that they can get their money every single day. That's one of the benefits that we offer. So we have some really good benefits. They're never going to be as robust as yours. We don't have a pension plan that is as robust as yours, but we have a 401k plan. What we will do for the SPS employees is we will utilize their tenure to qualify for our benefits. So as an example, if our 401k plan requires 90 days or a year, which we're negotiating that right now, that's why I give both. If it says 90 days and they've already worked with you 90 days and they come over to work with us, they're going to get credit for that. They can immediately start with a 401k plan.
One of the first things I did as a school board member here.
Ma'am?
One of the first things I did as a school board member here was study our custodial staff when 12 years ago they wanted to do outsourcing. And I did a study of it and wrote an article about it because I was concerned about the employees. And that concern, of course, is one that I have for all of them. Now, I also understand, having been a principal, about the fact that I can't spend all day long on the phone trying to call and get somebody to clean up because I have kids who are throwing up, using the bathroom, and things are dirty and all sorts of things need to be fixed. So I understand both sides of the discussion, but I do want to know about protection, long-term protection for the people who work for us. And if we're talking about not being able to hire our employees, not even having people who can come to us and work for us, that is a concern for me. If we go into this contract, that if people come, they can no longer work for us, because as I understand the contract jobs, they are temporary jobs over the long term. I looked at how many people work for the companies for 15 years, for 20 years. What happens to those people? As we have employees who work for us for 15 years, for 20 years, for 30 years. We have a bus driver who worked for us for I don't know how many years, but those kinds of things are concerns for me. But thank you for your explanation. I
Yeah,
appreciate
and
it.
our
Thank you,
by the
Madam
way, our
Chair.
CEO started off as a custodian at the University of Tennessee. So we do have long-term employees that work with us. And the reason we don't have you hiring people and us hiring people at the same time is then we begin to have a conflict. Now we're fighting each other for employees. That doesn't work well. So as we move forward and we bring on these staff, we bring them on and we provide them pay, very good pay, based on what you're paying today. We provide them benefits, we provide them respect, and we provide them a very good work environment. And that's what they're looking for. And that really helps with retention. Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to say, it's because they specialize in this that they can do that. If you think about our HR department is trying to hire teachers, trying to hire custodians, trying to hire bus drivers, trying to hire bus aides. They are not a big enough department to specialize in one area only. This company does that. And that's where the resource comes in that we don't have. The same thing with the climate, the same thing with giving people respect. Mr. Napier and his group, very respectful during this meeting, answered every question, talked about what a safe space it was. They could ask anything they wanted. I told our custodians if they had any questions, they could call me directly. I'd be happy to meet with them one-on-one should they need it. We talked to them at great length about nobody loses their benefits, their number of years of service, anything about their job. And they seemed to be, at least at that meeting, very happy.
There is one more thing I just want to say before we conclude this discussion is that I don't really understand what the risk would be for you. Because you have the right at any time per our contract to cancel. And if you did cancel, you get to keep all our employees. We're not going to take them from you. You get to keep them. They become SBS employees. We will gladly, enthusiastically transition them over to SPS. You can keep our managers that we have in the account. Not a problem. So really, what you would lose here possibly is Mr. Napier's time tonight, her time tonight, and all of your time tonight. The amount that you spend doing that, you'll lose that because you would have invested that time to hire us for naught. But I will tell you, we have 24 school systems that we do this with. That's never happened. But you have very little risk here. You really do.
Madam Chair. I have a process question. So originally, we looked at HES to help take the burden off of the custodians for cutting grass. At what point was all of that put out to bid or contracts submitted, or was HES the only organization that was ever asked to come and take on the grass cutting with the idea that if that went well, maybe they could move into helping with custodial work?
You have to understand that we look at cooperative contracts first because going out for bid is a lot of work on a lot of people's time, and it's 1/10 of what they do because we have to pull people from every area to work on that committee. So we look at cooperative contracts first, and we went out and looked for a cooperative contract, that had a big company that would allow us the opportunity to talk to many school divisions about what they were doing. We didn't want somebody that had one school division because we wanted to know how they would do across lots of different types of school divisions. It might be great for a small school division, but not work for a medium-sized school division or a large school division. So when we went out and looked at cooperative contracts and who had many school divisions, this was the one that had the best concept And that's what we were looking for, is someone who could partner with us and not affect our employees. That was our number one thing with this, is we did not want to affect our own employees.
So was HES the only organization that was considered in this process?
Two others, I don't remember their names. but they
We'll
did
mention their
have-
names.
There were two others,
Yes.
but we didn't like their concept.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I have the floor now? First, I feel compelled to speak to our custodians because I feel like at some point between last Thursday and today, there's been some communication that wasn't productive and helpful, but rather spinning up and exacerbating a situation in a grievous and grossly misinforming manner. So I apologize to you that it wasn't presented as a resource, but rather an opportunity for chaos. As the daughter of two small business owners, I can tell you that there are always going to be components of a business that have a high turnaround, such as our custodians. It's the nature of the job. It may be the nature of the pay in that season. It's often the nature of the fact that we live in a military community. And what I see as an asset here is that this takes an ongoing, continuous burden off of our HR department when there's no other solution presented to us, and puts it on the shoulders of HES while protecting our people. So when I first came on the board, Mr. Riddick was very helpful. He gave me like his filter for making big decisions. He processed it through 3 questions. And so I've been working on that over this past week in conversations with Dr. Gordon, other board members. And his 3 questions that he always ran through the filter, correct me if I misquote them completely, but it's been about a year. Does this benefit our students? Does this benefit our staff? Are we fiscally able to do it responsibly? And I asked those questions of Dr. Gordon. He passed those on to Wendy. Ms. Mooney answered some of them herself tonight. It absolutely does benefit our students on the most basic level, their health and safety, which then ties into their attendance, which leads to achievement. The same being the case for our staff. Are we fiscally able to do it? I think that both Wendy and Mr. Napier have proven that not only are we fiscally able to do it, it will be cost effective in the long run. It's been tied back to a goal on our climate survey, or one of our goals as a board related to the climate survey, to improve the health and safety of the building. And that is not in any way speaking of the efforts of our current employees. It speaks to the gap that we cannot and have not been able to fill. And here we have a solution where our employees are protected, guaranteed right here, recorded for posterity, open to the public. Job security is not threatened. It's as far as the idea of tabling it, I don't know what Mr. Riddick is proposing that we accomplish unless he's inadvertently asking 6 of us to have town halls about it. I got emails and phone calls galore when we rolled out the idea that we're going to have a new cell phone policy. Emails and phone calls galore when we mentioned the possibility of considering a 4x4 schedule. People know how to reach me. And somehow, there's only one of us that's been contacted. And I don't believe for a second that I've in any way been threatening to any of our employees or our constituents. If anything, I've gone out of my way to be accessible and welcoming and fair and honest, even protecting the confidentiality of our employees when requested. And so what I wonder is, what is the purpose of tabling this unless we're being asked by one board member to hold town halls and forums when we've been accessible for the last 7 days, in my case, 3 years? That's where I stand on this. The questions that I had in my head have been answered tonight. They've been answered in conversations that I have reiterated up here tonight. And I think that we've got to get behind our staff, our employees who are telling us we have a great need. And thank goodness we have found a feasible, safe, secure, responsible solution, rather than turn our back on that in the name of having forums where there may be 4 or 5 people that show up. And it may be the same 4 or 5 people that went to the last one. That's all I have.
Chair, may I now speak?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's been a lot said. Seems like minds are made up. As I aforementioned, this is something that you all have been discussing for quite some time. Okay, I can't be nice. However, board members got this information on Thursday. I raised this alarm. This is nothing new. I've been saying it for a long time. You get something one week, it's brought to you, you are expected to make a decision on it. And that's a norm. I've raised that there's an issue of trust, but it's crazy that when I raise the issue about trust from employee to division, that's what we get. But if I say something and others raise an issue about trusting others, it's magnified. What I'm asking is talk to them for yourself, because I had people from the northern end that was also at the town hall. I didn't call them and say, hey, you come. I didn't even know who they were. They reached out to me. Why they didn't reach out to others, I don't know. You got to ask them, and that requires communicating to them. Based off of the last question that I asked that was not answered, but Dr. Buck did echo it, and she got an answer for it. Whenever you say we're no longer able to hire our own custodians, and this company will do all the hiring, that doesn't sound good to the people that's doing the work. What it sounds like to me, who have been in business for quite some time, is we're phasing out a position. That's what it is. Let me finish. I get the caveat is, if we say we don't want you anymore, we can retain the people that was hired by you. I get that. But at the end of the day, why is people leaving? And when you say about culture, and based off what I've seen, and you all seen, I understand. About all of it, respect. What I'm asking this board to do is to have questions. Stop rubber stamping what comes to you the night of. This is not to impede in progress. This was strategically timed so that by the time this rolls out, the material would run out and we would go in. It was calculated. That's the perception to me. That's my reality. Whether you agree with it or not, that's your right. Principals had an opportunity to talk to other principals. Why didn't school board members get an opportunity to talk to other school boards to see how is it working for you? Do you see it? We don't have that. Once again, what we're about to see is a rubber stamp. It is what it is. I didn't mislead. Let me make this clear, because people can run with what they want to, but I want you to hear it from the horse's mouth. I did not mislead anyone. It was brought to me first by the custodians themselves while I was minding my business. Then it was brought to me by citizens. So I'm going to digress there because the minds are made up. But at the end of the day, we need to stop rushing to do business. We did it with the gas pumps at McBean. We did it with the grass cutting contracts. We're doing it with this now. It is, it's talking about you came in to ask for permission to do it. I have good hearing. I'm a choir director. I can hear really well. So we're rushing doing business. And if you go back through the meeting, you'll hear me saying the same thing. And I'm a broken record because it's not sinking in. My thing is, if everybody else had an opportunity to talk to other people, Asheboro what? Is it in Virginia? Is it in North Carolina? Where is it at? We don't know. What is long-term employees for HES? Is it 1 year? Is it 10? We have custodians with 20 years, 15 years, or whatever. But had it been brought to, hey, we're having an issue with sourcing, I'm pretty sure we could have put our heads together and come up with something. But this was a long conversation and process being done that the board didn't know about. Well, at least I didn't know about it. And get information last week, and we want to make a decision tonight. It's fine with me.
Madam Chair, I just have a couple questions. Many of my questions have been answered through this presentation. I'm still a little confused logistically. If we have our employees who are custodians during the day, and HES takes care of custodial work in the later afternoon or evening and odd times, I think I heard somebody say that the responsibility of the cleanliness falls on HES. How does that equate? If you have someone who's hired to clean your building, how do you not hold them accountable for cleaning your building? And I'm speaking to our custodians who are going to remain employees at HES, at SPS. To me, that seems like a conflict. If they know that it falls on HES, how are they being held accountable for the cleanliness of the building as well?
The supervision of all employees, whether they be afternoon or morning, will fall to HES. Even morning custodians, even though they remain Suffolk Public Schools employees, they will still be under the umbrella of HES zone supervisors in terms of building cleanliness responsibility. But those daytime custodians will also be supervised by building principals to make sure, and it is a collaborative model, to make sure that things that need to be happening during the day as far as what each school needs are happening during the day. But it's not a situation where we're splitting out HES employees from Suffolk Public Schools employees. They will all fall under the umbrella of HES supervision, even though they remain a Suffolk Public Schools employee.
So if they fall under HES, but they're a Suffolk Public Schools employee, who is the one then holding the employee accountable? And I'm not pointing at the employees. I mean, if HES is responsible and they answered HES, then first of all, that head custodian is no longer head because they have someone who they're answering to within HES who's
Yes.
coming in and telling them what they're responsible for within the school system. So these custodians are now going to have to change their the way they operate because they're not responding to the principal per se or whoever held them accountable at the schools, but now it's HES. They have someone else coming in who doesn't know their territory, who doesn't know what they're doing in the schools because they haven't been in the schools, and they're having to respond to that. So I'm kind of understanding. I can see where there would be some friction and some lack of comfort and some insecurity for the employees. And then I do have another question after that. So if you want to answer that one, I would like to ask one more.
I'll go ahead and take that because I'm familiar with how we do it in the other school systems. So it's sort of, I'll use an analogy. It's kind of like a couple of parents that you have. You know, the parents are going to manage their kids to help make them successful. Well, we're gonna manage the staff. We're gonna supervise the staff to help them be successful, which in turn will help your students be successful. So we co-supervise, co-manage. We do it together as one team. What doesn't work is when you outsource and you say, just give it all to them and we don't want any part of it. We're just gonna pay you a fee every month. You just take your fee, you do your job, and we don't want to be involved. We want you involved. We want them involved. We want your supervisors involved. We want your leads involved. We want the day associates involved. And when we work as one team like that, we do it together. But we have a analogy, a father and a mother that work together to achieve success in that relationship. And it works. I've got 24 school systems. It works. What doesn't work is where you separate those. And you say, okay, we're SBS and we're HES, and everybody's pointing fingers at each other. Now, you have a very good question, and the reason it's a good question is because what do you do if somebody steals? What do you do if somebody commits sexual harassment or something like that? Who handles that? SPS has to handle that for their employees. They're not on our payroll. What we can do is we can provide you documentation, we can provide you the information, we can provide you the observations. But for your employee, your HR team, Rodney would have to, and his team would have to release that individual. Or take disciplinary action with that individual. Now, for our employee, no problem. We handle that.
So I think I see what you're saying, Ms. Lingloff, in your question, because I think we're talking just a little bit of semantics. The head custodian is basically going to be the bridge, right? The head custodian is going to be the one that is receiving information directly from the principal, but they're also going to be the first line of contact from the zone supervisor, let's say, that has 7 schools. right? So when we're saying that HES is overall responsible for the building, that's like saying that Dr. Pichon is in charge of all the elementary schools, but Lori Mooney is still principal of Southwestern. That's the model that we're talking about. So I can kind of see how some of the confusion could be like that. The head custodian is supposed to be the one that's going to take directions from the principal. When the zone supervisor comes in, they're going to talk to two people first, the principal and then the head custodian. Now, when we're saying the observations and evaluations, the exact same way that Dr. Lee and Dr. Pichon evaluate the principals. The principals have things that they have to get done within their buildings. Then based on what's ever in their school performance plans, then Dr. Pichon and Dr. Lee then give feedback and have those meetings so that we have a running tally and evidence to see what happens. But in the end, based on what happens in that building, it's still going to fall to the principal. And then Dr. Pichon, for example, will then be held accountable by Dr. Bird, zone supervisor, right, to what's going on with elementary and then to me. So I understood your question and where you were coming from, because we don't want to have that perception that the head custodian doesn't have any input. It's just ideally the zone supervisor is responsible for those X number of schools now moving forward.
Right, so hypothetically, if there's a zone supervisor and they're not satisfied with the way the head custodian is performing or the way things are being executed in the building, then are they communicating with the principal that they're not satisfied, and then the principal is then having to address the custodian, or does the non-employer address the custodian? I'm not sure I understand the logistics of that, because I think it'd be a very uncomfortable position for a head custodian if they don't know really who at the end of the day is protecting their job. And if the principal is hearing from HES and the HES zone supervisors that something is not working well within the school with the school's employee, then what kind of pressure is on the principal? How is the principal supposed to respond? Is that custodian's job on the line if HES is not satisfied with the way they're executing their job as an SPS employee?
So it's twofold. So the example you're giving, if the head custodian is not doing what they're supposed to, so the feedback's going to come from both the zone supervisor and the principal. The principal's going to see it every day. So when it comes to having that conversation, one of the things that we really talked about was that collaborative model to see, okay, who's going to be in the meetings to be able to provide this feedback? That's going to be the principal. That's going to be the zone supervisor. That's going to be the head custodian if it's another custodian. But before it gets to that point, because we don't want to have this narrative out there that if somebody, does something that they're automatically going to be fired. It's the exact same process that we do now, where we have observations of the work that's being done, and then there's going to be feedback that right now that's coming from Mr. Downs, right? Mr. Downs gets that feedback from the head custodian, but if it's the head custodian himself, it's Mr. Downs taking care of it himself. But one of the first and probably the main conversation he's going to have is going to be with the principal. So the SPS side for accountability of it all is always going to be there, because no moves can take place without having that principal's input. Is there anything you want to add to that, Mr. Napier?
No, I just wanted to remind everybody that it's not just zone supervisors and principals. There is still the division supervisor, who is Mr. Downs, and he will serve the same role with HES and principals that he serves now with principals and HR and myself. So that whole process, as far as an SPS employee is concerned, will remain exactly the same. We're just adding a component where an HES supervisor will have input. They can't take action, and whatever action we take will still be SPS employees, being building principals, HR, Mr. Downs. I rarely get involved in that, but if I have to, I will. But whatever we do to an SPS employee, or whatever plan we have to put in place for an SPS employee, will still come from other SPS employees. HES will not have a role in that.
Madam Chair, there was one other section that I had questions on. That was one thing. Do you mind? Okay. The other question I have is regarding contract terms. I wanted to know what our contract term length is with HES. And I notice on here that there's over 6 months, we're anticipating 14 vacancies. Over 12 months, it's 24 vacancies. Are we continually ramping that up for how many years? At what point do we anticipate? I mean, what if we have solely 14 vacancies and we don't have any more? I know that's not going to be realistic. Is that satisfactory? What are the terms of our contract with HES with regards to how long we're locking in? I know we can break it in anytime, but what the idealism is, and what the hope is for HES with regards to how much business they will increase over the duration.
Here's the thing. We haven't got that far. We're bringing you the plan. We still have to negotiate all the pieces of the contract. We never do a contract that's more than a year. We're not allowed to go into that. It's 5 one-year contracts, 6 one-year contracts, whatever we end up with in the negotiation. Mr. Waller reviews the contract before we ever even consider signing it. And there are lots of pieces to this that we still need to nail down. For instance, HES has verbally told me that they won't give bigger raises than we give as a school division. I don't want to create friction between people that are working for them and people working for us. We give a 2% raise, they come back with a 5%. Our people are going to be bad, right? So they've agreed verbally, it's not yet on a contract because we're working on that they're going to give the same raise we give, so there is no friction there. They've agreed that we can offer only overtime to our employees first. That will become part of the contract. The day list that you have, the task list that you all have as part of your package, we've already sent that to them and negotiated with them that this is part of the duties of the daytime staff. They have task lists in this big packet that you have. You'll see task lists. You'll see how they're going to implement if we sign a contract. Everything is detailed out here as to what we plan to do. But we've not signed a contract yet. We haven't finished that part of it yet because we need your approval to move forward. We won't be moving forward without your approval.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move that I suggest that we move on. So I move that we approve this contract, this relationship with HES, with the understanding that we can terminate it at any time within that year if satisfactory services aren't provided.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
Abstain.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, so now we're going to transition to the good news report. I want to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Dickens, our Communications and Community Engagement Officer. Several things, including our Tidewater Consortium that several of our board members joined us on. Our Early Start Childhood Classrooms, the Network of Distinguished Educators. We have a special recognition for Ms. Latricia Russell Wilkerson, our textbook technician. Our SPS Star Achievements, our attendance award winners, Dr. Miller and Hill Point Elementary School, placing in a Cooper Hurley Injury Lawyers Contest, Board of Education Awards for Oakland and Lakeland, 3 of our schools earning Purple Star Awards, the Center for Performing Arts rescoring the music to Nosferatu, our Bayport Athlete of the Week, some middle school athletic champions, high school athletic highlights, and we also have some of our bus drivers in attendance for special recognition, and then I will close out with a calendar of special events. Ms. Dickens?
Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and of course, our guests with us this evening. Suffolk Public Schools is proud to be a part of the Tidewater Education Consortium with Isle of Wight County Schools and Portsmouth Public Schools as one of 18 recipients to receive the U.S. Department of Education's Teacher Quality Grant. This grant allocation will support division-wide initiatives aimed at growing our own programs for recruiting, preparing, and developing a diverse teacher workforce. It would also help us to elevate our current outreach programs to attract candidates from underrepresented backgrounds and offer scholarships and financial support for aspiring SPS educators. In addition, the funds will help to support our educator pipeline and mentorship programs and help us to continue to proactively approach the national teacher shortage, impacting, of course, not only our school district, but school divisions across the nation. So we are excited about this opportunity. This grant opens many doors for our school division, and we are extremely grateful for this collaborative partnership and look forward to the work ahead. Virginia Quality Birth to 5, or what's commonly known as VQB5, measures the quality of preschool teaching and learning based on teacher-child interactions and curriculum usage to, of course, ensure the best start for our young learners. We're very proud to announce that all of our SPS Early Start pre-K and early childhood special education classrooms successfully met Virginia's quality expectations for the 2023-24 school year. Every early childhood classroom used a state-approved curriculum and participated in multiple observations to earn what's considered a meets expectations rating for all 11 elementary schools. And each school received a VDOE certificate to proudly display in their buildings to highlight the strength and success of our early childhood programs. For meeting such a milestone, we do, of course, want to thank our team of dedicated teachers and staff for their hard work and commitment to excellence in early childhood education. But we also want to especially thank our community of families for their continued support and trust of our programs. Our very own esteemed division superintendent, Dr. John Gordon III, was recently selected as one of 35 superintendents across the country to participate in the network of distinguished educators. This network is renowned for convening, supporting, and elevating the work of some of our nation's most accomplished superintendents. This accomplishment is a testament to Dr. Gordon's outstanding leadership, dedication, and significant contributions to the field of education, both within Suffolk Public Schools and beyond. And we are looking forward to witnessing his continued success and positive influence that he brings through his work with the network of distinguished educators. We're also thrilled to announce that Ms. Latricia Russell Wilkerson, our division textbooks technician, has been featured in a frontline education case study. Her expertise has been instrumental in streamlining our inventory process, ensuring that every classroom is equipped with the necessary teaching materials. Beyond her exceptional work within SPS, Ms. Russell Wilkerson actually facilitates training for other school districts in our region, positioning SPS as a leader in instructional materials management using Frontline. This feature is a testament to her contributions here in Suffolk Public Schools and the positive impact of her work. She is truly a committed department leader who continues to set a standard of excellence within our school division, and for that, we are grateful to have her here in Suffolk Public Schools. And for myself and our folks over at the Operations Center, we are even more grateful that we get to experience such a wonderful and humble person daily. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Russell Wilkinson to the podium for a special token of appreciation. Beginning this school year, we've introduced what's called the SPS Star Achiever Honor, which is given to an SPS employee who promotes a positive and productive atmosphere and demonstrates dedication, leadership, and most importantly, compassion within our school division. The recipient of this recognition is seen as a role model who goes above and beyond to support the well-being of those around them. Nominations are welcomed by students, staff, parents, and community members. And for the first round of Star Achiever recipients, we have 21 employees to recognize. From Elephants Fork Elementary, we have Ms. Diana Bales, Zoe Walton, and Adrian Bradley Gray. From Creekside Elementary, we have Mr. Brian Walker and Ms. Laura Lamb. From Hill Point Elementary, we have Ms. Jamie Saunders and Ms. Michelle Virtue. From Northern Shores Elementary, we have Ms. Roberta Branch. From Southwestern Elementary, we have Ms. Brittany Sherrod. From Nansman Parkway Elementary, we have proud principal Ms. Letitia Rouse. And from Kilby Shores Elementary, we have Ms. Allison Christopherson. From our middle schools, at John F. Kennedy Middle School, we have Ms. Keisha Barnes. From Kings Fork Middle, we have Sean McMullen, Rainey Eason, and Lauren Lewis. From Lakeland High School, we have Sheila Williams. From Kings Fork High School, we have Lori Wilson and Gwendolyn Wilson. And from Nansman River High School, we have Tashiana Barnes. From our administrative office, we have Ms. Cindy Devers, and within our maintenance team, we have Mr. Terry Boone. So if we can just give these individuals a round of applause. And notice that I did mention Ms. Lauren Lewis. So Lauren is actually a student from Kings Fork Middle School. So the idea behind the Star Achiever is to highlight staff. However, we are not going to dismiss the outstanding contributions that our students also make in their actions in having a positive impact on our school division. So nominations for the first quarter are closed. They were closed on October 14th, and they will reopen on Monday, November 18th. Congratulations to John Yates Middle School and Creekside Elementary School for achieving a student attendance rating of 90% or higher for the month of September. Each school will receive $500, and this accomplishment reflects the dedication of students, families, and staff in prioritizing consistent attendance as a key to academic success. Also, we extended congratulations to Hill Point Elementary for earning third place in the Cooper Hurley Injury Lawyers Vote for a School contest. The contest engages over 4,000 community members and distributes over $15,000 to Hampton Roads schools. So we are proud of the Hill Point Huskies and the proud leader of the pack, Principal Dr. Shaka Miller, for their achievement, in which they also received a monetary donation of $2,000. The Virginia Board of Education recognized 141 schools for their high achievement and continued improvement as a part of its Exemplar School Recognition Program, and we're proud to announce that 2 of our own were recognized, Lakeland High School and Oakland Elementary School. Oakland received Highest Achievement Award, which recognizes schools that demonstrate exceptional success across all school quality indicators, including closing achievement gaps and ensuring strong student performance in core subjects. And Lakeland High School received the Continuous Improvement Award, which celebrates schools that have shown significant progress over multiple years, reflecting a commitment to academic growth and student success. These achievements both reflect each school's dedication to providing an inclusive, high-quality education for every student and to fostering improvement and closing achievement gaps. The combined efforts and leadership of dedicated principals like Ms. Lori White and Mrs. Candace Bynum not only drives academic excellence, but it also fosters environments where every student feels supported and empowered to reach their full potential. The Virginia Department of Education also has recognized 190 public and private schools as Purple Star schools, a designation awarded to military-friendly schools that have shown their commitment to meeting the needs of military-connected students and their families. We proudly acknowledge Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, Northern Shores Elementary School, and Elephants Fork Elementary School as Purple Star schools for this current school year. These schools' commitment to supporting and creating inclusive environments for military-connected students and their families serve as a model for other schools that aim to enhance their support as well of military families. Our Purple Star schools contribute significantly to the academic success and overall well-being of our military students by prioritizing their unique needs and fostering a sense of resilience in the face of challenges, as we know, that pose military life. In a recent project, technical music students in the Center for Performing and Production Arts at Lakeland High School embarked on an ambitious endeavor to rescore the iconic 1922 silent film Nosferatu, which is an unofficial adaptation of the classic novel Dracula. Most of us are familiar with Dracula. This project allowed the students to delve into a rich history of early cinema, but it also provided them with a unique opportunity to blend classical music techniques with modern technological skills. And earlier this month, the students' work and creativity were showcased at the Regal Harborview Cinema in Suffolk, where their rescore project was presented to a live audience. We extend our gratitude to the theater for providing our students with such a unique and real-world experience that enhances their educational journey and inspires them to pursue careers in the performing arts. And as we transition to recognizing some of our student athletes, we highlight Tavion Douglas, a junior at Nansemond River High School, who was nominated as Bayport Credit Union's Athlete of the Week for the week of October 21st through the 25th, and he was featured in Wavy News 10 Sports Wrap. I'm going to come back to that one. The athletic teams at Kings Fork High School, Nansemond River High School, and Lakeland High School have had an outstanding season across multiple sports. In football, Kings Fork proudly holds the #2 ranking in Region 5B and will host the first round of the playoffs, while Nansemond River is ranked #3 in the region, and they will also host their playoff opener. In cheerleading, Nansemond River High School excelled by finishing first in the Southeastern District, and both Nansemond River High School and Kings Fork secured first and second place respectively in the regional tournament. Additionally, the field hockey teams have achieved significant success, with Nansemond River clinching the Region 5B championship tournament and qualifying for the state tournament, and Lakeland High School finishing third in the region, also advancing to the state level. These accomplishments highlight the dedication and talent of our student athletes, and we wish them continued success in their upcoming competitions. This one. Thank you. Thank you. Our middle school athletes are rocking and rolling as well with outstanding achievements this season. John Yates Middle School took home the championship title in the girls' middle school soccer, while Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School came out victorious in the boys' middle school soccer championship. The Kings Fork Middle School boys basketball team and the Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School girls basketball team both won their respective championships. So these remarkable accomplishments, again, highlight the dedication, the talent, and the hard work of our middle school athletes, and we extend a congratulations to all of our teams for their excellent performances. All right, this is the part we've all really been waiting for. So, perfect attendance for bus drivers is essential for schools as it ensures reliable and safe transportation, minimizing disruptions to education and daily routines. Bus drivers who are consistently present and on time serve as role models exemplifying dedication and dependability. At this time, I'd like to turn things over to our Director of Transportation, Mr. Kevin Privet, to recognize our bus drivers who have received perfect attendance for the months of September and October.
Good evening. Chair Jenkins, Vice Chair Howell, board members, and Dr. Gordon. I would like to bring in front of you tonight some people that I consider the best at what they do. And I know we're here late tonight, so I don't want this streak to end tonight. So I need them up and ready to do what they do every day, come to work on time. But when I call your name, ladies and gentlemen, will you please come forth and receive your certificate?
Katie Bison. Derek Blow, he's not here this evening. Mr. Alfonso Boone, who's also not in attendance. Miss Nanette Chapman, she's not here either. Miss Sierra Davis, I don't believe she's here either, is she? Miss Sharon Eaton. Miss Della Ely, she's not here. Miss Tammy Epps, she's not here. Miss Vilma Guardiola. Miss Danielle Heath, she's not here. Mr. Brandon Johnson. Miss Bridget Jordan. Miss Carolyn Liggins, she's here.
Okay.
Miss Vernice McMillan. Miss Michelle Moran. Miss Mary Rogers. Miss Sandra Snow. Miss Tina Williams. And Miss Stephanie Odom.
She waved at me. Miss Mom, she said, I've loved her forever.
Also for aides, Mr. Whitfield, who has transitioned over from bus driver to bus aide.
He's still hanging out. That's right. Here he comes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, Mr. Privet, and for all of our bus drivers and aides that were here. We know that some of them, a couple of our bus drivers told me, hey, this is past my bedtime, so I gotta get up early. And I think that's part of the reason why some of our other drivers decided to stay home. But we did it a little differently this year because we wanted to recognize those drivers and aides that had perfect attendance for both the months of September and October. And we're going to try to continue to recognize our drivers throughout the year, especially because there's been a shortage and many of our drivers have been doing double routes. Madam Chair, if I move on to the calendar of special events, November, of course, is Native American Heritage Month. Today was Parent-Teacher Conference Day, early release for students, and those report cards went out. So for our school community, even though I know the majority of you all check HACC and I already know your kids' grades, they got those report cards too. So please make sure that you take a look at those once our kids get home. This week also served as Anti-Bullying Week, which ends on the 17th. National Education Support Professionals Day is the 20th. Substitute Educators Day is the 22nd. As a reminder, all schools and departments will be closed November 27th to the 29th for fall break. National Special Education Day, December 2nd. Thank you, Dr. McNair, and your entire team for all that you do. Our next interim report card will go out on December 6th. That's the halfway point, 23 days in for the second 9 weeks. That's literally only 3 weeks away. Our next school board meeting will be December 12th, and we will also have my next superintendent's Facebook Live session on Friday, December 13th from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. That concludes the calendar of special events, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we will have the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we accept the consent agenda with the removal of the bills and payroll.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we have unfinished business.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask the board if there are any that they would be willing to entertain as a group, or if there are any that they would like to pull out as separate items, since we have quite a few policies on here that we've had since October.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Chair, I'd like to pull out.
Just a minute. She had hers first.
There are a lot of them that could pass right through, but there's a lot that I have questions on. I think the concern that I have with just pulling separate ones out like we've done in the past, there's so many of them, I feel we've got a lot in unfinished business and new business. If there's any way we could rapidly go through all of them, I'm sure we'll breeze through multiple ones, but I think it's going to be too difficult if I pick out, and we go around and pick out, because, you know, the ones that we want to isolate out.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll just start from the first. Oops.
Madam Chair, looking at number 1 under unfinished business, ordinance 2024-25-51, and ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.7, entitled School Board Standing Committees, Foundations, Special Committees of the Policies of the Suffolk School Board, second reading. I move that we approve this policy.
Second the motion.
You have a concern, questions? Go ahead.
I would just like to see if there's a chance that we could approve this with striking 2 items, because I don't think they're essential, and in fact, I think they may have some conflict. My first one would be in the Policy Review Committee, Section 1. The very last statement is the Policy Review Committee may also recommend the full school board approval or disapproval of the proposed policy change and/or revision that was requested by the board member. I think this is not only non-essential to this policy because they may or may not, but I actually think it's in conflict with some of our other policy, in my opinion, because what this is stating here above this is that if the board votes at a meeting to send something back to the Policy Review Committee, and it's the will of the board, a majority vote, to send it back for a revision, that when that revision comes back for its final approval to the board, now we're giving authority to the Policy Review Committee to weigh in on whether they want to tell us whether they approve or not approve. All they simply have to do as individual board members is vote for it or vote up or vote down. They don't have additional authority over it. It's coming back to the board. The will of the board was already to make the change and to send it back to policy review. So I don't think it's a necessary part of this policy.
So
that would be my first part. My second part is in the fifth line down where it says to amend, adopt, or repeal, and/or merge bylaws, policies, and applicable regulations of the school board to ensure that they are in accordance with federal and state mandates. Then it goes on to say, and informed by the Virginia School Board Association. That's not necessary either. It simply needs to follow Virginia Code and the Department of Education. Many of our policies don't go through, we don't send through VSBA. For instance, if we made a decision on the board again that we're talking about in this particular policy, that we as a board voted at one of our meetings that we wanted to make a change by sending it back to Policy Review Committee, that's not going to VSBA. So it doesn't have to be looked at by VSBA for the sheer nature of this amendment in this policy.
Madam Chair, may we address this? The change was done because the board members asked us to do this, to amend it, to say that, to add this. If you wish for a change, we'll send it back to the Policy Review Committee. If you would write down what it is you're asking for a change, the Policy Review Committee will look at that. That's what we do. So this will be, I'm assuming that your request is to send this back to Policy Review. We don't make changes here.
If it can't be stricken, then yes.
We don't make changes here.
That's fine.
We have made the changes that you are requested based on what you requested here. And so this is a change, but we will look at the policy because you asked us to. So this is a send back to policy review. So we will circle that to send back to policy review. The request is the determination has been send back your request in writing with the changes that you wish to have reviewed. So this is what we'll do. So are we ready for the next one?
So, Madam Chair, I need to amend my motion, apparently. Okay. So in amending my motion, I move that we send this policy back to the Policy Review Committee to consider changes Board Member Slingluff will communicate in writing.
Madam Chair, that if you're sending it back to them for them to consider it, they created this policy or were involved in it being approved before it came to us. So they didn't consider it then. So what are we not supposed to vote to say, do we agree that we want to have a change, so we want to send it back to policy review for it? Or if I send them an email with what my suggestion is for this policy, and you're saying it can be reviewed by policy review, then can they determine that it shouldn't be changed and it's going to come right back to us the same way? Are we sending it back to make the change? Or are we sending it back for them to revisit it, to reconsider it?
Madam Chair, I would think that if we're going to send it back with a directive to make the change, that would require the will of the board. So then we need to vote to send it back to make the change, is that correct?
But then we
That's
need a
correct.
state.
When it goes back to policy review, in that you have a specific change that you want to see, policy review would have to make that change, and then it will come back to you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I'm going to amend my motion one more time. Sorry, Ms. Gardner. I move that we send this policy back to the Policy Review Committee to strike the last sentence in the underscored section of Section 1, Policy Review Committee, as well as the mention of VSBA in the very first sentence. Is that correct? That accurate? Okay. Did you get that, Ms. Gardner? Do you want me to text it to you? Okay.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
No.
Board Member Byram.
No.
Board Member Sling Love.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, looking at item number 2, ordinance 2024/25-52, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 3, Section 2-3.2, entitled Regular Meetings, Special Meetings, Quorum of the Policies of the Suffolk School Board, second reading. I move to approve the ordinance.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Is there a discussion?
Madam Chair. I would like to move that this ordinance be tabled until after the new board convenes, because on the second page of this, the wording that has been put in here will directly impact new board members that are going to be coming onto the board, and I don't feel that it is prudent for this board currently to pass this as it is, because it will directly impact the governance of incoming board members.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just my comments on this policy. This policy, we just keep adding more and more restrictions and stipulations in it from just as things happen on this board, we add more wording in it. And I find this policy to be very frustrating in the fact that even this week, I mean, we've added in here, in this section in here actually, that something can be added if it's necessary, something can be added at the will of the board with a majority, I believe it was, a majority of the school board members are in favor of adding it within 48 hours, that it can be added within 48 hours. But the policy for a board member to put something on the agenda is 2 weeks out, we have to make a request. And if any board member does not agree to that being put on the agenda, then it has to be brought to the board for a vote to be added to the agenda that night for info only, and then it's put out another month. So now we've put out something that a board member deems to be important, put it out 6 weeks from the time that they've requested it. Tonight, 7 days ago, as Mr. Riddick mentioned, and there are several things tonight, that 7 days ago things were brought to this board with a 7-day notice that tonight is info and action. Most of our new business is info and action tonight. So I know some of those policies were sent out a couple weeks ago, this month from Attorney Waller, and I appreciate that was after the Policy Review Committee. But even the curriculum that we're to vote on tonight, that was brought to us 1 week ago. The custodial HES contract, that was brought to us 1 week ago, and tonight we have the discussion and we have to vote on it. But I think as a board member, when this is our board meeting to do our job for our constituents and for the citizens and the staff and students of Suffolk, I find it frustrating that if we find something to be important that we want to bring to the table, it could take upwards of 6 weeks before there's any action that can be taken on it. So that's something I'd like to say. At some point, I think we need to realistically look at this policy and find out, are we hog-tying our board and keeping the board members from efficiently and effectively doing their duty for their constituents, because I think that we are, with all of the verbiage and restrictions that we're putting in this policy.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I please speak?
Mm-hmm.
We have gone round and round about this policy that has been in effect, except for these additions, for I don't know how long. The request to add things to it, to the policy, and add things to the agenda and give people time was not made by the people on the Policy Review Committee. It was made by some of the board members who have complained about it because they said they didn't know in advance what was going to be discussed. That was the reason for the 2 weeks. I've explained that. I think I explained it in October. So we've had this discussion before, and that's the reason for the language. For the 2-week notice was to give the board members time to look at whatever they were looking at. If we didn't have, as the principal explained, people to clean up, they explained why we're doing this, so that's not new language. The 2 weeks is to give the staff time to gather data that people ask for when they ask questions sitting up here. We've explained that. So we're just going round and round with these, for what reason, I don't know. But we have. This is not the first time we've looked at this, and the extra language was asked for the last time we reviewed this because it was explained that people didn't understand, they didn't want it, they wanted to change, and so we did. We've gone over this policy more than once in more than one review. So the question again is, if you want it to go back, it can go back. We can keep looking at the same thing for the same reason. Write down what you want. If you don't want the policy in there, you don't want the policy in there, but there have to be some guidelines. People can't just throw things in. Mr. Waller has explained that if it's something that's going to affect children, if it's going to be something that affects employees, the public has the opportunity to speak to the policy, and that's why, or speak to the change that you want to make if you're a board member. They have to have time to review it, and that's why you have to vote on it. They have to have time to speak to it. And if you just want to put it on one night and the public doesn't have time to speak to it, it doesn't give them a chance. That's why the verbiage is in there. We're not adding the verbiage because we want to. We're adding the verbiage because board members ask for it. So if you don't want it in there, and if you think because you get a new composition on the board, that's fine. It's okay by me. I can be on the other side to speak to it. It doesn't matter. But the question is, why are you trying to delay the meeting going round and round with the same words? Because we've gone over this policy before. It's just going to be sent back to the Policy Review Committee, which is what you're asking. And if you're asking, let's do that, and we don't have to keep discussing this. If you want to send all of them back by going back over them again, this will be 3 months in a row going over the same thing. If you want to send your language back, if you want changes to this policy, we'll send this back too.
Madam Chair, may I please? I just want to say for the policy, it's not the specific change. What has happened with this policy is every time something's come up, there's been an addition or change. And honestly, I feel like as a board, this policy needs to be discussed, perhaps in a work session or something that we need to discuss what we want and have it cleared out, because there are issues with this policy before all these other things were added to it. And it's, instead of going back and addressing issues at the beginning, we keep adding more requirements or stipulations as we go along, and it's just making the policy more cumbersome. The spirit of this policy is not favorable to board members trying to do their job. I'm not trying to dictate what changes I want on this policy. I'm simply saying this policy is, I think, not favorable for board members who are trying to do their job. I feel like it makes it very difficult for us to be able to bring things to the table, to address them. I understand, I don't want to put something on the same day. I really don't. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm simply saying I think there's a little bit of a double standard with how an individual board member can see work addressed before the board versus the staff, or perhaps, you know, how the chair and vice chair, how you all are able to put things on the agenda at will.
I feel like it's for a board member that's not a chair, vice chair, or a staff member, it's very difficult to put something on the agenda. So I think, not that I want to change this policy myself, because I'm just one board member. I think the board should look at this policy before we make any more changes and make it more complicated. I think we need to have a discussion about this policy, either in a work session or however you would see fit.
Okay, and in my opinion, we have gone over this a lot. This has been one of the policies that we have gone round and round about. I don't know specifically what you want to take out, what you want to put in. You don't like it the way it is. So I think we've asked several times, like we just did tonight, write down your concerns.
I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to.
Because then we can get it settled. Not that anybody's going to get it approved just because we wrote it down, but we need to know what's the problem. And we can't keep going on with this every month because of a few words, okay? So.
Madam Chair, I concur with that, but I also agree with Board Member Slingloff. We need to have time to look at this and write out how we want it to be said. And again, my biggest concern is our makeup is about to change in the next month or so. And I don't know that rewriting this and bringing it next month is the solution at this point, because we're not going to have the same members sitting up here. I think that as a board, in January, we should revisit this entire policy at a work session and let everybody weigh in and have a conversation so that we can stop revisiting this over and over again. Because clearly, it's gone to policy review multiple times and it's come back and it's still not representing what's being requested.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
So for clarity, because I was multitasking, trying to write out the previous motion for Ms. Gardner while listening with one ear, and you just said, like, you're not laying out a specific change. It sounded like what I was listening to while I was writing, that you're fine with the wording in section D. Is that accurate?
I'm fine with section D.
Okay, and so the concern is section E, the underscored writing, is, and I hear what you're saying about the double standard where we have to give 2 weeks' notice versus like we're given 1 week's notice for things we have to vote on. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is it best to address that, making it a 1 week notice so that it's comparable to the notice that we get as well? Do we need to have a work session on this? I'm not sure that is, it seems to, I think there's an opportunity to provide input in writing as appropriate, but to have it as a work session topic seems to counter what the purpose of the policy review committee is, not being disrespectful. I'm just thinking like, here, what's the most efficient way at this point to handle this? Is it sufficient in section E to allow us to provide a 1 week notice? The only issue with that I see is, because we are meeting outside of that 1 week time frame for the agenda review. And that's the struggle with that. So if we are granted, we only have to give 1 week notice for requests. Essentially, we're adding things after the agenda review meeting has occurred and possibly putting Ms. Gardner in a position to have to make last minute changes before releasing it to the public. So what is the most efficient solution here to deal with this and move on?
May I ask which line you're referring to? Are you referring to just simply the underscore things about adding something the night of the meeting?
Well, I'm referring to your comments about there's a double standard where we have to give 2 weeks notice to request something, which then can turn into being added to the next meeting for action, which turns into 6 weeks. That's what I was referring to. So that specific concern.
Perhaps one of the easiest things to change, one of the biggest issues that I have with this policy is the fact that it says that board members have to request it 14 days in advance of a meeting. And then if it's requested, the chair will poll the school board separately within 24 hours of receiving it And it says, if any member of the school board objects, the matter must be placed before the members of the school board at the upcoming meeting, which is where you're adding it. It gets added to that meeting, but it's not as an action item. It gets added to that meeting to be voted on for the next meeting. And so we've gone around about this for a long time. And what I'm saying is, yes, these things that are on here now are added in here. I simply was saying the whole policy, I think, keeps getting more complicated with things. And we're still not dealing with what I think is the biggest issue, that board members are not able to, in an efficient manner, bring something to the table. I believe, my opinion, is that if a board member has something they want to bring to the board, that if there's something of importance, they should be able to give a 2-week notice or a 1-week notice, whatever you prefer, a 2-week notice, so that way you can have the meeting to put it on the agenda. And I don't think the board, I mean, if it should be a majority of the board members say that, yes, this should be on it, then it could be an info action that night of the meeting. That would be what's fair here. I don't think that saying that it has to be, if there's even one board member that doesn't want to hear it, then that board member can say no, and now all of a sudden it's become an info item for that meeting, and it has to be put out for another month.
One of the things that we talked about is the fact that we're missing another rule and another role. The chair and the superintendent do the agenda, not all of the board. That's what the policy says. Those folks right there, the chair, the superintendent, and the vice chair, they do the agenda, not the whole board. So it's not a double standard. It's the policy says they get to do the agenda. So we're adding, when we want to add, to the agenda. They get to do the agenda. So it's not a double standard. It's their job by our policy. Not this particular one, but by our policy. And so it's not a double standard. They get to do something we don't get to do. That's what they're supposed to do. And when we don't give them, as I've explained, when we don't give them time, when you come before the board and you want to know the information that we were given tonight, like I remember the question where it was asked, I think it was you, Dr. Brittingham, how many of our students made a 5 on the AP exam? People can't get that information today for yesterday and drop everything they have to do on their regular job to go dig deep in the data and bring that to you. They need time to get that. And they want to answer your question, but the staff can't drop everything they're doing to answer your question and to have it ready in a packet to post online a week in advance so you'll have it. Because we have to post it by law for the public to see when we get it. And so, because we have to, and because you do have questions, it's not denying the salience of whatever it is we want to talk about. It's just a matter of giving people time who work for us, time to get the data and answer the questions that we have, and to give the public accurate information. And that's why we do it that way. And that's what we've explained. It's not a matter of giving anybody priority, but I know what we have to do. I saw the note.
Madam Chair, may I say one?
We need to take a 5-minute recess.
Seems like it.
Instead of it being
that she's brought it up.
Cut off.
Cut off and comes to.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to resume now. Attorney Waller, will you just address what you just said a few minutes ago?
The policy that you all have been discussing, 2-3.2, the language that was added by the Policy Review Committee under subsection E, the second paragraph, actually allows board members to add items to the meeting agenda on the night of the meeting, which was something that the board member could not previously do. So the revision that the Policy Review Committee came up with actually grants to members of the school board greater latitude when it comes to adding items to the agenda. So now you have two ways that you can do it. You can either do it using that 14-day requirement, or you can make use of trying to have the item added at the actual school board meeting. The only stipulation is that that item cannot be voted on at that meeting if it directly impacts students or employees, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, determines that it would be in the best interest to do so. So, you know, I'm sitting here listening to this discussion, but I don't think we really look closely at the language that was added to the policy, because this language actually gives to board members an additional way to add items to the agenda, which is the night of the meeting.
Madam Chair, I'm not arguing with that, and I think there's some confusion on what I'm saying, because I'm not specifically just addressing what's underlined. My comment was that I have issues with this policy on a whole. It goes back to something that is not new, that I've stated since last April when I tried to put something on the April agenda. It was put on the April agenda. No, what happened was the board was polled, and according to this policy, if you want to put something on an agenda and you put it in 14 days in advance of the meeting, if any board member says, no, I don't want that on the agenda, when the chair polls it, then that item comes to the board at the meeting for a vote to be added that night for information. If an action is to be taken, it gets put out for another month. So if a board member wants to do something, bring something to the table that could be an actionable item, if they present it to the board chair 2 weeks in advance of a meeting, if anybody on the board does not agree, is not favorable to it, then you are pretty much assured at that point that it will be 6 weeks before you can act upon something.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question that's sort of directed both at the attorney and Board Member Slingloff? And I had already asked the attorney this, I just want to give him a chance to speak to it. Since it's not in the underscored part of this policy, can we send it back to policy review to make suggestions for other parts of the policy? One of them being that we require a majority vote instead of a full board vote. And if we can do that, does that address the issue for you?
Sure.
So my question is two parts. Because the part that is of concern at the moment is not underlined, is it appropriate to send it back to policy review to make a change to another part of this policy from right now?
Yes, it would be appropriate to send it back because policy review never discussed the part that is not underscored. Policy review only took time to discuss the language that has been underscored because that was the issue at the time this policy came before policy review for it to act upon. So it would be appropriate to send it back to policy review for them to look at ways that that language about the majority, if any member of the school board objects, that it then has to come to a vote. And we could always look at having it so that if the majority of the board approves of the request, that it would be added.
So those are possible, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can I
go right
clarify?
ahead.
So those are possible options. Are those possible solutions to your greatest concern with this policy that's not currently underlined?
Madam Chair, yes. And part of the reason why I brought this up tonight is because new policy, the new portion that is added into this is the section about putting something on the agenda within 48 hours. It's a majority of a board. So the majority of the board can do it there, but for a board member who's trying to be diligent and intentional, they're not afforded that opportunity. So yes, if they would look at it, and I have said this since last April, if we would look at it and not make it any member, but a majority, that would be much more fair and reasonable.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I amend my motion and move that we send this policy to the Policy Review Committee to change Section E. I'm trying to talk slow for Ms. Gardner, not because I can't think. To change Section E to reflect that a majority vote is required by the board to add an item to the agenda rather than 100% board support. Do you want me to say that again? Please say no.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote? Yes.
Just want to make one comment, and it's about policy. Policies are not written for people on the board, the composition of the board. And I'm leaving, so it doesn't matter. But it does matter. It's important for people to understand that. It's not written for people on the board. Policies are written so that you have an organized way to manage business, basically. And we need to have an organized way with some rules, some parameters to manage business. They have to be based on laws, principles, rules that we all must follow in the same way, whether we like them or not, no matter who's up here. Okay? And we need to also understand that authority rests to do certain jobs with certain people. So if the policy says that the chair and the superintendent and the vice chair do the agenda, that's who does it. And so if that's what we have to live with, because that's the way we're organized, we don't just get together in a group and throw anything on here and go from there. And we need to understand that. And these are just rules to support that. Thank you very much. I'm done.
We ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
No.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say again, we have 20 more. And are there anyone up here that no one has any concerns about?
Madam Chair, I would like to discuss ordinance 242560 and 242565. I just have some questions to ask.
What number is it? Say it again. 10.
242560 and
Okay.
then 242565.
It's 10 and 14.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to discuss 73, 2425/25-73. And I guess 2425-75.
So, Madam Chair, with that information, I move that we approve all of the unfinished business ordinances, excluding ordinance 2024-25-60, ordinance 2024-25-65, ordinance 2024-25-73, and ordinance 2024-25-75.
Is
Which
there a
would be
second?
16 people.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you for that cooperation.
Madam Chair, I'm hesitant to make a motion on number 10. So is it possible to just, for you to offer discussion before a motion?
Yes.
Okay. So who wanted to pull that for a discussion? Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So ordinance 2425-60 is talking about the reading intervention services. This is a brand-new policy. And in reading through this, I had several questions that I wanted to get some answers to. The first question that I wanted to ask was, how the reading intervention services intervention, how it was determined. You know, I look through the policy and I can see how we talk about the things that we're going to do, but how is that being determined? And then in reading through this policy, it has very much of a feel of a legal sense here, similar to what you get with an IEP, because IDEA drives the IEP process. It's a legal document, it's a contract. On the same end of this, with the reading intervention, we now have a literacy mandate law in place. And so how often will the student receive these reading intervention services? Is there a contractual underpinning that's happening here to the intervention service, similar to an IEP? Or is it more like an SOS plan, is my question. Just reading through this as a new policy, I just want to make sure that I have an understanding as to what we're saying here, because there's a big difference between an SOS plan and an IEP. An IEP, there are legal underpinnings, there are consequences for not following an IEP. Not so much with an SOS plan. An SOS plan is, you know, we're looking at it preliminarily. We've identified a student that's struggling. We've put a preliminary plan in place. Is this reading intervention services, are we saying this is something that's legally mandated and we've got some more teeth to this? Where are we? What does that mean?
Are you asking me or Mr. Wong?
Probably me.
I was going to direct it to you, but I was looking at the fact that it's legal authority Virginia code, so I was just asking. The plan would be implemented by the administrator, but the scheme of this comes from Virginia code, and Mr. Waller can address that, and then Dr. Gordon can tell you how it's administered.
I think that the bulk of her question was pertaining to the administration of this. And the language for this came from a model policy of the VSBA. But I can say this about it, and that is that it's not akin to an IEP layout. It is more akin to an SOS plan.
So here are my concerns with that. There's no legal underpinning for an SOS plan. It is, we've identified a student is struggling. We've put a plan in place. We are collecting some data in that process. But certainly with an IEP, the level and the depth of data we are collecting in the implementation of that is far greater. How serious are we in this reading intervention service? You know, are we in a place where this is going to be something that we're doing consistently with fidelity? And I know with an IEP, if you don't do that, there are legal ramifications for you. Like if you don't follow a student's IEP, there's a process that starts rolling out pretty quickly. What are we going to do for these students once we put them on a reading intervention plan?
That I can address, if you will, just the broader term. Think of this as the policy, which would be looking at the idea, the law, and then looking at how it's implemented in Virginia with regard to the law as to what kinds of things you do, steps you take. This wouldn't be the IEP. That would just be the framework for the law. The superintendent would then break it down to guidelines for what we're going to do, he and his staff, and then the individual plans for students wouldn't be in the policy. They would be in the administration. Dr. Gordon.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Branch to add additional clarity. But I will say this as she's coming to the podium. So, Dr. Brittingham, this is actually a part of the Virginia Literacy Act. This is why you see kindergarten through 8th grade. And as a part of the VLA, the goal is to make sure that any student that needs additional supports is actually laid out with a reading plan. That's all this is. That's legitimately all this is. But they wanted to make sure, the DOE wanted to make sure when they create the template, like since we were talking about templates earlier, these are the things that must be included, right? Parent given an opportunity to participate. Students' parents given notice. The notice has to be there just in case a student has to be pulled out. So you have to be able to have those notices to make sure that the parent is aware of that and agrees with that. The parent also needs to have a copy of the plans, just like we do if there's going to be any other type of intervention support services that are put into place. But we have to make sure that we follow the guidelines that came down from the Department of Ed. And this is also going to be used as a way to guide instruction for the teacher to be able to give supports in both whole group and small group instruction. So Dr. Branch, you want to just add a little bit to that in case there's any details I forgot?
No, Dr. Gordon, you actually covered it, and Dr. Brittingham, if you recall, we did the division literacy plan presentation. And as part of that, if you were to refer back to it, it talks about the reading plans that are required based on the VLA law and the VLP requirements as partnered with the Virginia Department of Education. Our reading specialists really have the charge of this as we test our students and assess where they are. Those who fall within a certain criteria have to have a reading plan. We don't tier students, we tier interventions. And so this is one of the interventions that is required under the VLA and is part of our division literacy plan. So our reading specialists have all been trained based on UVA's VLP on the interventions and how we are to work this. The Virginia Department of Education did not provide us a reading plan template. However, they have provided all of our guidance. And that was when we did the presentation with the division literacy plan. Now they are formulating more of a template for us that requires certain components to be included. You ask about fidelity. For our reading specialists who are trained and endorsed in this area, this is what they do. And their requirements now are to work directly, small group and whole group, as well as coach teachers. That is an additional role that they now have to play to ensure that our students receive the reading guidance and support that is outlined for them. So fidelity for all of our educational staff should be a part of the day-to-day work. And so I give them highest credit and praise with all the things that they have to do, in addition to letters that must go out to parents, parents being a part of the plan, understanding the plan, and updating it. That is the only similarity I see with the, as you mentioned, the IEP. You also ask about what's the ramifications. That would be the same for any student who is not meeting the minimum requirements, and that the minimum is the lowest, but it's not growing and exceeding. What can we do to support that student? We also do SOS. We also, if it gets to that point, look at other support services that could potentially help, like wraparound services for a student. But this is part of our day-to-day work, and this plan, this component of the plan is new to our reading specialists. However, it is prioritized based on the tiered level the student is assessed in.
Okay, so we're not talking a tier 1 student, we're talking at least a tier 2 student, if not potentially a child that might be bridging into tier 3, which would be special ed. Okay, so let me ask you this question. So how many reading specialists do we have in our school?
Our reading specialists are based on our SOQ requirement, our standards of quality requirement, and we have one in every one of our elementary buildings. We have 2 in our middle school buildings, and I believe it was last month or a month before last, we talked about the other 3 that have to be hired for the middle schools, and we have 5. But to go back to tier one is instruction for everyone, and that's everyone, and it doesn't necessarily mean that tier 3 is a special ed student. It does not mean that at all. It's a student with a reading challenge. That does not give them a designation of special education. Maybe they struggle in phonemic awareness, and that could be based on a speech deficit. May not be at a level of, or familiarity with words, a low vocabulary based on their environment in their home and how they're communicated with. So level 1 and level 2, that's general for everyone, and then you get a little bit more in tier 2 where students may need a bit of remediation, but they return back to tier 1 status. Tier 3 are your struggling readers, but it does not mean that they are students with disabilities.
So our reading specialists are going to be the ones that oversee this reading intervention service plan, correct?
That is correct. Reading specialists, in addition to our intervention supports in our, we have interventionists that were hired for Title I schools last year. And so our Title I interventionists, in addition to our reading specialists who are responsible for this, as well as the academic coaches in our Title I schools, and then our instructional design coaches in the other 2 schools.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve ordinance 2024/25-60 with the reading intervention services outlined.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, my question were answered in the last discussion that we had, so we can go ahead and vote on.
So much.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve ordinance 2024/25-65, an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Article 33, Section 8-33.3:4, entitled Virginia Program Assessment Retakes Grades Kindergarten through 8, SOL End of Course Retake Tests for High School Students, of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I speak to the next one that we pulled out, which is ordinance 2024/25-73?
Yes.
This is virtually, it's not a new policy, but it's pretty much a complete rewrite. In it, it states here, the Suffolk School Board recognizes the importance of providing information regarding the school division to the community. My question would be, is there a possibility that we could add into this policy that information regarding school board events, including town halls and parent advisory committee meetings, be added to information that is to be disseminated via the school media and outlets, whether it be on the calendar or the website? Because currently, if a town hall is happening, we don't have any assistance with getting that advertisement out through the school system. Additionally, we don't, there's not really advertisement on the website or via Peach Jar or any of those other things, to the best of my knowledge, for the and parental advisory committees and so forth that are out there. So those are public meetings, and I think that they could all be on the calendar as well, if given with whatever parameter we wanted for notice.
So I think you're right, Ms. Slingleff, about, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. You're right about board member town halls because we've never been given that directive because those were individual board member things and didn't actually represent the entire division. Citizen advisory, we actually have those listed on the calendar. If you're saying, and Ms. Gardner also has them posted as well. So are you saying that we need to increase the total number or amount of promotions of those? Is that what you're requesting?
Yes, I know if you go to, if you can find the calendar, you can find it on there, but you don't have, like, the banners will say upcoming events this week that, flip across the website. It would be good to have those things added in there as well, so somebody doesn't have to just go to the calendar to say, Tuesday night is a Title I meeting or a SEAC meeting or something like that. And I would like to give a directive if it was the will of the board to have town halls, if whatever the parameters are at the will of the board set, to be advertised, because I think it gives an opportunity for anyone visiting the school websites or the SPS website to see that there's an opportunity to engage with the school board members.
Madam Chair, I know from personal experience that this has been a conversation on the SEAC committee for the last year and a half about being able to actively advertise. And one of the things that the chair of that committee has requested and has been denied is having those committee meetings advertised on the website and being able to put flyers up inside of each of the schools so that parents of students with special needs are aware that that meeting is happening. So I would very much like to see both of the things that Board Member Slingleff is addressing added to there, particularly for me, the Citizen Advisory Committees and the SEAC. They should be well advertised throughout the district.
So I just want to say that Dr. Gordon just showed me where they're on the calendar. They're right here. So I don't.
Madam Chair, what Dr. Brittingham and Ms. Slingleff are referring to, that's the week of upcoming events. So on November 18th, Monday, as an example, the Gifted Advisory Committee meeting is advertised. So I'm unsure, like, because this is, we don't have the scrolling banners that you're referring to or recognitions, but we have the calendar based on the design that Ms. Dickens, based on the design that Ms. Dickens did. It has anything that's upcoming for that day is listed. So I'm unsure how, unless there's something else you all would like us to do. And Ms. Dickens, if you wouldn't mind coming to the podium, you also have used our messenger system as well, I believe, to advertise some of these events too. Is that correct?
Correct. So typically, we would create a graphic that does have a list of like upcoming events on there, whether it is the school board meeting or a citizen advisory committee meeting, and those are posted to Peach Jar. So if anyone is looking for information pertaining to either meetings, ideally they would find them on Peach Jar or, as Dr. Gordon pointed out, in that scrolling banner on the website or, of course, outside of Ms. Gardner's office. And first floor, correct.
So hearing that information, Ms. Slingleff, I guess maybe it's the second part of your question about town halls.
Dr. Gordon.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We hadn't talked about doing town hall meetings, advertising them on the calendar because they are individual board members. And with regard to speaking for the board, the chair is the only one that could speak for the board. And so when we have discussed it in minor conversations, not in major conversations, we have not done that because we have not given the public the impression that each of us as individuals can speak for the board. That's the only conflict that in conversations we've had in smaller conversations about this, because you as chair or whomever serves as chair is the person who speaks for the board to the public. So that is one of the reasons that had not been done in former years. The other thing was that I was going to say, we've been posting standing committee meetings as well as the advisory committee meetings for a long time. People may not have known where to look, maybe, and they thought they weren't being advertised. But I know when I was chair, we posted the SEAC meetings because they ask about those. And materials are available in schools if they place them in schools. Now, they might not have been allowed to put something up on a wall in a school, but they were advised to take the materials to each school and have them distributed. If they have materials, they could take them to the office and ask them, or let them make them available, ask principals to make them available. But they have been online just as they are now on the calendars. They may not have known where to look.
Madam Chair, if it's being advertised, I have looked for the information before and not seen it very readily available and I don't know if it was, I thought there was a scrolling banner that I've looked at, so maybe it was one of the other websites. But if it's being done, I trust it's being done. I'm not questioning that. I just haven't seen it as readily available, so maybe other people know how to find it a little bit easier than I do. And if in fact the school board the town halls cannot be advertised, I respect that as well.
And we will make sure that we give you a tutorial of how to find that, so then you can tell your constituents as well how to look for what we're already doing. Because you said it was hard to find, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I spoke with the SEAC committee chair, and she has told me that she has tried to get things advertised and has been turned down. So that's coming directly from a citizen member on sitting.
Meeting?
Mhm.
But
Yes.
I just thought we just saw that.
Well, the calendar that he showed me, that's not what she requested. She requested that it be sent out on the website as an advertisement, like when we advertise other events that are happening. She's requested for it to be on the Facebook page the week before. And then she did try and take flyers into several of the schools and was told that they could not do that. So I'm just speaking from what I've been told.
Madam Chair, can I clarify that?
Yeah.
So the request was actually made to have flyers attached to IEPs. We weren't going to do that. We just weren't going to do that. There have been some discussions. All of our citizen advisory committees, as Ms. Linglef said, are advertised in Peach Jar. We did not send out text messages for citizen advisory because, and I just want to state it out, when you go to our webpage, all you have to do is scroll a half a page, and the calendar for the week is right there. It's in navy blue. It's right there. It's big days. And if you click, you can go to specific days, or you can view the calendar for the month. So if there's something specific, we can have the chairmen of those citizen advisory committees. Please email Ms. Dickens and myself, and we'll respond to them directly, because I don't want to have any confusion on some of the things that we're already doing. But attaching things to student records, we just weren't comfortable with.
Madam Chair, my understanding was that it was not attached to anything, that it was just flyers that were brought up, and they were told by administration that they would not pass those out or not advertise them.
Okay, so piggybacking on what Dr. Gordon said, they can contact him or Mrs. Dickens. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve ordinance 2024/25-73, an ordinance amending Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-2.1, entitled Community to be Kept Informed of the Policies of the Suffolk Public School Board. Second reading.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second 2 times. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, regarding ordinance 2024/25-75, There's one simple line that's been added to this policy. The school board may impose reasonable conditions on its acceptance of gifts. I was wondering if the attorney could just elaborate on that, because to me, this is very ambiguous, and I'm not even sure what he's referring to on that.
The Code of Virginia allows local school boards to accept gifts provided to the local school board. It also allows the local school board to place conditions on the receipt of those gifts. And that's in Virginia Code Section 22.1-126. So let's say someone offered a monetary donation to the schools, and they wanted to place a certain restriction on how that gift was to be used. The school board could either accept the gift with that condition, or the school board could say, no, we don't want that condition. We want that donation unencumbered. And so you have the right to do that.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to approve ordinance 2024/25-75, an ordinance amending Chapter 10, Article 13, Section 10-13.1, entitled Acceptance of Gifts Generally, title vested in school board, donor requested to be honored, of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board, second reading.
Second. It's been properly moved and second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Sorry. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks-Buck, Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going into new business. And the first thing on the agenda was the school board self-evaluation tool. We will be using the VSBA tool because in my research, the majority of the school districts are using that. There's no other ones. They didn't make up their own. They're using the VSBA. And because, you know, I know there was a committee assigned to do that, but it was taking a long time. The year is almost over, and we've been waiting. So I just took it among myself as chair and made the job easy, and we will be using the same one as the other districts, which is the VSBA is already created for us. So it was nothing that we had to create all over again.
Madam Chair, may I ask how this is going to be implemented, what your plan would be for implementing this, what your expectation is?
We will be sent the tool, and by the next school board meeting, the week before the school board meeting, we're asking that it be sent back in to us.
Madam Chair, what is the purpose of sending it back in? What will we do with this information?
Which is a self-evaluation of how you felt you did on the board for this particular year. And it helps us to move forward with what things that we may need to improve on. And I guess maybe that's why nothing was done, because you were confused.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, no, I was not confused.
Okay.
That was a little snarky, but okay. My question to you was, what will we do with this? We're gonna implement this tool. What is the purpose at the end of the day of using this tool? I mean, just like we use assessment tools inside of the classroom with a purpose, what is the purpose?
Again, the purpose of this tool, which is already created by VSBA, that other school boards use, is to evaluate ourselves of how we felt we've done, what could we do better as a school board member. I don't see what the problem is with that.
I'm just thinking we're collecting data to collect data? What are we going to do with it at the end of the day is, I guess, the question. Are we going to have
We can have a work session.
Are we going to have, at our next retreat, are we going to discuss what
Well,
kind
hopefully we will have a work session if whoever the chair is will do that. But I think it's something that's important, just like when you have an employee, you have evaluation every year. And so I don't see, do you have a problem with it?
I just want to know what the final outcome, like where are we going with it? Because in my humble opinion, there's a lot of work that we are trying to do on the board. And I'm just trying to figure out, trying to prioritize, like where are we putting our time and energy? What is the most important thing happening here? At the end of the day for me is, what are we doing for these kids and these educators? How are we making things better on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis for them? Where's our time and energy going? You know, I would rather pour all of my time and energy into helping students and teachers have the very best experience in the classroom possible. So, but if the will of the board is to fill out this, you know, evaluation tool, let's fill out the evaluation tool.
And you have an option, just like anything else we have asked, and maybe you may have or may not have taken part in it. That's up to you. No one's making you do it. If you choose not to be a part of that, of the evaluation, just don't.
I just want to know what are we going to do with that information? And does that supersede the job of the board in its oversight for governance? How will it directly impact students in the classroom and educators? That's it. I mean, everything we do needs to have the end result of how is this better for the students and the educators? And we're going to spend time filling out this evaluation tool.
And you
We're gonna
don't have
talk about
to.
it. And I just want to know, how is that going to help us in our governance model and our duties to help make sure that students and educators are getting what they need from us? That's all. That was the only question.
Yeah.
We did this before, just to show you how it works, what it did. As a board, we completed the self-evaluation tool. Those things that you had me read today, our objectives for our plan, that's how we got to that. We filled it out, we looked at our strengths, we looked at our weaknesses, we looked at what we needed to do, and we prioritized so that we could get to the mission of Suffolk Public Schools for us. That's what we did. We looked at the things that we needed to work on and the things that we needed to prioritize. And we did it through the self-evaluation tool. All 7 of us completed it. We put the data together. We looked at the things that we needed to work on as far as professional development was concerned. Because if all 7 of us are going in our own direction, looking at what we think is best for students, that's why we need some boundaries, parameters, or whatever. But it helped to let us focus on what we as a board needed to do. And that's how we derived these things. Ultimately, that's what it led to. So if it was a process, months-long process, we did the evaluation, we looked at where we were, we looked at where we needed to go, we looked at our strengths, we looked at our weaknesses, we looked at what topics we needed to explore. We did professional development, and we looked at who could lead us there. We looked at our retreats, so we had some area of focus, and we looked at what we could do. And the ultimate result is right here on this front page that you read every time we come to this meeting. So there is an end for this, and that's what I was trying to explain, Madam Chair. So I'm done, but that was what the outcome was.
Madam Chair, my question is just really simply, this particular instrument is reviewing the board on a whole, and I thought that when you first stated it, that you were saying that we are evaluating ourselves. Are we evaluating the collective board and not ourselves? Because I think there's different, there's two different perspectives on that. That was just my first question. The second question was, my concern would be, I think it's very, very appropriate to do if we did it in a retreat. I'm concerned with what this would look like in a board meeting, because if we end up having a discussion about it, I think that there are very, very differing opinions, and it's a heightened climate on this board. So I'm concerned with how that might be hashed out.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Sure.
I was watching on my route as I was dropping people off from church, and I felt it warranted that I had to stop and come back in because there was some misinformation provided by you, and I wanted to correct the narrative. We didn't drag this thing out to be unproductive. When we asked the clerk to reach out to the other regions, other schools in our region, only one responded, and that was Portsmouth. And the instrument they use that was submitted to us is not the instrument that the VSBA used. It's very detailed. We cast our net for a greater search, and that board responded back with, we use the instrument as recommended by the VSBA. When we scheduled one meeting, we counseled it to be on the safe side of caution, not to violate any parameters regarding notice of meeting. The next meeting we had, there was something that came up, and we had an additional date already identified that would have still allowed us to comply with your request. But without speaking to myself, who was the chair of that committee, I got an email, which is your right, that the committee was disbanded. And listening to the tone in which you took with other board members, I don't think it would be wise at this time to do a self-evaluation, especially when we have oncoming board members. If we're concerned about any evaluation that will be impacted, my recommendation would be that we do, and Attorney Waller, please stop me if I violate here, is that we do a two-part evaluation of our staff, because you have new board members coming on who have not worked with our staff from August till December. And I spoke about this in great length with Dr. Gordon last year, and he understood what I was saying, so it's not a dig at him, but it provides the two board members who are leaving, Dr. Brooks-Buck and Ms. Byram, an opportunity to evaluate their working relationship with the superintendent, which I think is more pertinent than us evaluating where we are as a board when the board makeup is about to change. We're going to have new board members come on in January and are going to have to do his year-end evaluation and our staff year-end evaluation in June, but only had the opportunity to work with him for 6 months, which is not fair to any of our employees. So I understand it didn't happen in a timeline that you wanted, but a timeline was never conveyed. So judging by the exchange that transpired tonight, I don't think it's wise that we be in a haste to do this. If anything, I would say let's check with our staff and see if we could do a possible two-part evaluation, because I understand they have to agree to it, but a two-part evaluation for them to allow exiting board members an opportunity to have input on a year-end evaluation, since Dr. Buck and Ms. Byram have already worked with our staff from July to December. I hope I'm saying that to me is more important, because that's affecting their overall career evaluation versus using this as an opportunity, as it was done tonight, to dig at other board members.
Madam Chair, may I say something?
Sure.
I think, one, we have talked about doing something before we left. So evaluating the two people that we evaluate and leaving an evaluation to be placed in the calculation of their scores for their end of the year, because they will have half the year gone by the time they get new board members. I also think that since people have been brought here to tell us how we don't get along and all that other stuff, the board evaluation from VSBA is not an evaluation where we evaluate each other. It's where you sit down with a piece of paper and talk about what your needs are, what your wants are, and how you think you perform. So it's not a problem to do both. I think you're right in that we ought to evaluate our staff before we leave, our folks that we evaluate. I think that's fair if they agree with it. But I think also that that does not inhibit us from doing a self-evaluation using that instrument, because it's a self-evaluation. It's not, I don't evaluate you or you or anybody else. I evaluate me to see how I contribute to the board, or what things I think need to be done, or what things I think I see that I believe need to be done. And I would be a better person than someone just coming on because they don't know what needs to be done. They would just be coming in. So it just might be a positive thing to leave with you to say, these are some of the dynamics that a new person would not know. So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents worth with regard to this. It wouldn't hurt to do a self-evaluation, and you don't do it in public with people out loud. You take yours home, you fill it out. The data are calculated just like our evaluations. The data are calculated together. It's not a public thing where Kim wrote this and somebody else wrote this or whatever. And then you put the results together, and we do it like a blind thing when you put the results together and we come out with what the needs are. So it's not something where we discuss it publicly.
Madam Chair.
And I just want to say that there was no trying to dig into anyone. I just said this was an assignment that was almost like 5 months. And if you had any issues with it, because I've contacted and said, hey, are we going to present this month? And yeah, it is. And so if it was a problem, when you know you had an assignment, all you had to do was say, we're having problems, we can't. And so it's almost December, the end of the year.
Board Chair Jenkins, that is an untrue statement.
Okay.
You reached out and you spoke to, not the chair of the committee, you spoke to board member Slinglove. You have not once picked up the phone to call me. I called you to bring you up to speed about an issue and about this being placed on the agenda without you contacting me. And I said, and I explained why we were moving the way we're moving and how I was reaching out to other school boards that are a part of COSPA to get additional information. And you said, would we have it before next board meeting, which would have been this board meeting? The answer to you was yes. You disbanded the committee prior to that board meeting. And as always, there's going to be a different recollection, but that's your prerogative. But I want to correct the narrative, because what you're saying is simply untrue. It's not true.
Okay.
So I just want it to be clear.
Okay.
Have anyone had an opportunity before we make a decision tonight to look at the evaluation that was submitted from our neighboring localities, since we oftentimes compare ourselves to those in the region? Portsmouth Evaluation Instrument, I believe, is a better tool. It's detailed. It not only talks about us as an individual, but how can we work collectively together as a board? So I just ask that we err on the side of caution, because we're not going to lose any points if we don't have this done tonight. If you want to report by your December meeting, it can be done with recommendations. So, that's just the facts.
And also the chair of the Portsmouth board told me that they used the VSBA.
Well, that's not what was submitted to us.
Okay. Uh-huh.
And I'm not the record keeper, neither did I was the person who reached out to gather that information. The information that we received was very detailed and more than the one-pager that was submitted with VSBA. And if you would like to see that instrument, it's not in my possession, but our board clerk does have possession of that. She did an outstanding job gathering that information.
Madam Chair, very quickly, just for clarity, it says here, using the following scale, rate your board. It doesn't say rate yourself, it says rate your board. So I just want to make sure that if we're going to do this, that we understand what we're doing, because everything on here is not about I, me, it's about us, we.
But-
It's not,
Sorry, it's not, it's rate your board, not as individuals. I'm
Right.
sorry that I used inappropriate language, but it's your opinion about what's happening.
We have more questions? Okay. So we need a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
I
And let's
second.
move forward.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
No.
Board Member Slingloff.
yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And now we have for the Citizen Advisory Committee, Parent Advisory Committee, Title I. That's an action item. Any questions?
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
Second.
Been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. New course proposal?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the new course proposals as outlined in the work session.
Second.
Been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. HES custodial contract? Oh, we already,
Done that
that's
already.
right. we already-
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 24-25-10, a resolution supporting military children and families adopted by the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia.
Second.
Been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 24/25-11, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of a right-of-way agreement between the Suffolk City School Board and Virginia Electric and Power Company, DBA Dominion Energy, Virginia.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 24/25-12, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, authorizing the conveyance of land not needed for school purposes located at 4270 Driver Lane, formerly known as Driver Elementary School.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Madam Chair, may I speak to this before we vote?
Yes.
I feel compelled to speak to this because it's been in my borough and in my lap for 3 years now. It has been the most talked about issue that my community has dealt with and faced. I know there's been discussion in recent weeks about it being an asset to the board, and to speak to that, it's only an asset if we can use it. And we can't use it without a great investment of money that we do not have, and that we should not put ahead of buildings that need attention desperately, who have they're actively serving children, and they're housing our staff. So I compel the board to support my community in this, as I have supported the initiative to build a new JFK, because that was greatly needed, to build an addition or plan for the building of an addition at Northern Shores, as that was a great need. I ask for your support in this because it is important to my community, and it is truly not an asset to us unless we invest a great deal of money into it to make it so. And I can't fathom explaining to my borough and the surrounding community that we actually have to sit on it for another 10 years until we address other buildings with students in them that are in dire straits, and that this will have to remain a liability, not an asset.
Second.
Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve ordinance 2024/25-76, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.7:1, entitled Citizen Advisory Committees, Open Meetings Required, Attendance by School Board Members of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, first reading and possible adoption.
Second the motion.
Been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham? Excuse me?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve ordinance 2024/25-79, an ordinance amending Chapter 9, Article 18, Section 9-18.2, entitled Suspension for 10 days or less, Principal or Assistant Principal to report the facts, appeal procedure, notice requirement of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board, first reading and adoption.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Madam Chair, I just want to state that for the record, that I am not in favor of limiting parents the ability to appeal to the board at any point, at any time.
Okay.
Madam Chair, and I will echo that sentiment. I don't like the fact that the full board has been struck out in this policy. I believe that parents should always have the access to the board, whether even at any point or at the end of the process. They should be able to reach out to the board and appeal their situation.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I ask the attorney to address the context that he gave at the Policy Review Committee meeting for this change?
Two things to keep in mind. One is this policy change was already made in 9-18.8. It was overlooked in the policy that you're looking at tonight, 9-18.2. The other thing that I would like to remind you of is that there are a number of short-term suspensions that take place in your buildings every day. And if you were to have all of those appeals to come to the school board, to be quite honest, you wouldn't be able to handle them all. So you don't want to have short-term suspensions of 10 days or less coming to the school board.
Madam Chair, direct this question to Attorney Waller. At one point, Attorney Waller, correct me if I'm wrong, we did have a disciplinary committee on the school board, correct?
That is correct.
And at that point, we were involved in appeal processes that came through the division. We didn't wait until they came to the full school board. We actually had a committee that was dedicated to that.
It was a committee of the school board. It was not the full school board, and that committee met every week. So if you want to go back to having a committee of the school board, you're going to probably be meeting every week. The other thing is that you got to be sure that you follow the Freedom of Information Act in terms of notice, in terms of going into your closed meeting to deal with the student issues, coming out of that closed meeting and having your vote. So you can certainly go back to that process, but understand that there are certain requirements that you have to satisfy, and also understand it's going to be quite demanding on you.
Were there 3 board members that sat on that committee?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Process was not just stopped because it was demanding. It was stopped because of the additional requirements caused by a board member who didn't realize that in their attempt to sue the board, that particular committee was really strangled or kept from performing its duties while maintaining the privacy of students. You see, when you come in and you have to post certain things and make them available to the public, and you have to see the students and their parents come in and out, you're exposed in several ways. And there was no way to keep them private. While we did not mind meeting every week, and we did so for many years, we realized that we couldn't keep their situations private, their names private, or the information private. And that is the reason the committee decided that we could no longer function. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, call for the vote, please.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I move to approve ordinance 2024/25-80, an ordinance amending Chapter 9, Article 18, Section 9-18.8, entitled Hearing Before Student Services Review Committee, Procedure to be Followed, Appeal Before the School Board, Superintendent to Establish Student Services Review Committee, of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board, first reading and adoption.
Second.
Are there any questions? It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, the next 2 items are information only that I would encourage the board to read and discuss between now and December meeting. Beyond that, I move to approve the bills and payroll for the preceding month.
Second.
Been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
No.
Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we have our public speakers.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insult and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct, such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials, including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area and waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. We have one speaker, Mr. Jonathan Powell, regarding contracts, day-to-day operations, and accountability.
Good late evening. My name is Jonathan Powell. My address is on my request form. Madam Chairman, board members, Mr. Superintendent, I have a few concerns about the contracts that you oversee, Dr. Gordon, on a day-to-day operational level. Maybe I can get a truthful answer tonight. Maybe the information requested will be complete, unfiltered, and unredacted. You secured your almost $500,000 severance package a few months ago, so maybe your view will not be clouded, your thoughts will be clear, and your ability to be open, honest, and truthful will come forth. Maybe you will now see the reality that the new SPS school board will allow the employees and personnel and even the stakeholders to have clarity, and they will have the opportunity to truly govern the Suffolk Public School systems. Truth submission, I've requested information before, don't receive it in a timely manner. I had to come here, make a point, and then magically, within 33 seconds, I got the information I FOIA requested. I ask that you truthfully, again, and clearly provide information. I ask that you not intimidate, be disrespectful, devalue, or disregard stakeholders in the SPS. It is here that I find maybe, just maybe, the six-figure salary that you have, the alphabet credentials after your name, or the ability for citizens to actually challenge you will not be threatening to you. And that you would not cause a hostile environment to be created to the workers and the citizens that use the Suffolk public school system to educate their families. It is in this place I ask certain things that are day-to-day. Why is it that your executive assistant is also the clerk of the school board? I believe there's a conflict there because information that may be germane to the school board that directly affects you may get mishandled, misused, or lost. It may slip. It may even be disclosed within the parameters of walls. So I find a problem with that, sir. Maybe Ms. Wendy Forsman, the Chief Financial Officer, who declared in the April 2024 Suffolk School Board meeting that, I quote, I know where every penny has been spent and have a record of every item for the past 10 years that the SPS has purchased. But when I ask about the uses, disposal, or history of those very items, there is no record and she cannot declare it. I know it's uncomfortable right now, but I'm not angry, I'm not mad, I'm not upset. I'm just one of the taxpayers, business owners, stakeholders, and soon to have a child again in the SPS. Maybe you're now seeing the reality. Maybe you'll hear what we're asking for. Maybe you'll understand that we're not against you, I just want information. I want to know why your direct report, Terry Napier, Director of Facilities and Planning, cannot get lockers repaired or replaced, blaming it on supply chain issues. I wonder why buses are still unaccounted for in the budget line item after they were auctioned. I wonder why I can't even see where the revenue stream from the benefits of an auction are never clearly line item on a budget line. I attend the meetings, I view the meetings, I hear the requests for money, but there are resources and allocations that I don't find clarity in. It is amazing how you, Mr. Day-to-Day Operations Responsible, have the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality violations. You fail to meet NFPA standards, OSHA laws, policies, procedures, and even in the day-to-day operations, you declare safety is your most important asset, but is violated on a daily basis. I say this, some of my concerns, where are the vehicles? Where are the white vehicles? Is the technology being used to its
15
maximum
seconds.
mission? I got 12 seconds. I ask that you, please, board, hold him accountable so that we can get the information that we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have business by school board members. Dr. Brittingham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first recognize not only the students in my borough, but the students across the district that were recognized tonight for all the awards and achievements. The reason why the school board is here is to support those students and their achievements and their dreams. I also want to recognize all of the teachers throughout the division because we see how hard you guys are working. We see how each day your job gets a little bit more difficult because it's a little bit more demanding, and yet you still show up every single day in that classroom and you give your very best effort for the students that are in your classroom. I struggle with the fact that I sit on a board that doesn't want to do board business effectively. I struggle with the fact that we have policies that hamstring and hogtie our ability as duly elected officials to be able to do the business of the school board for the school division. I want to congratulate the new board members that will be arriving in January. And I hope moving forward that this board will be able to conduct business in a way that really puts student achievement, student safety, the retention of our teachers, the care of our employees. Looking at this contract for the custodial staff, I want to know that we are taking care of our employees. I want them to feel as though we are taking care of them. And I hope that moving forward in January, that will be the reality of this board, that we will really be functioning in a way that does the business of the school division. Thank you and have a good evening.
Mr. Riddick?
Trying to collect my thoughts. I want to say once again, thank you to the historic Suffolk Borough for your continued support and me executing my duties as a board member. But I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to provide clarity and context, and I'm gonna keep it brief. I had a town hall on Tuesday, as you all know. I'm not gonna stay on this horse long. The town hall was attended by other board members, both one in person and citizens in person and citizens virtual and another different means. And there was representation from the NAACP present as well, and from the Ministerial Alliance as well. The things that I said at tonight's meeting was unsolicited, but it was factual information that was brought to me. It is my job as a school board representative to represent all people, whether I agree, whether I see it the way they see it, whether they voted for me or not. Some people may look at it as stirring up trouble or causing discord. That's not the intent. If a citizen wants to come and talk, I will make time to listen. I don't care who like it or who don't. That's my responsibility. I'm not accountable to this board alone, but I'm accountable to the constituents. I make my own money, so no one can take anything from me and nobody can pull my strings. I didn't take any gifts or anything like that, so I'm my own person. There was some concerns that was raised. I shared those, as I always do, with our superintendent today in our conversation. It was a fruitful conversation. I plead to this board and those who are coming on that we do our due diligence to count up the costs and analyze the decisions we make, because we have to give an account for it. Our vote, our words, the lack thereof, and our actions. I'm pleading again, and this is my last plea on this topic for this year, that we stop getting information at the last minute, where if we want to have more information, it is detrimental to the day-to-day or the success of our students. It has become a norm, and I'm not accustomed to doing business that way. I do also ask that board members be very mindful of how we throw rocks and try to hide our hands. Because every dog will have its day. It's not about me. Never has been about me. I ran to do what's best for the citizens, the children, and our staff. If you go back and listen to what I'm saying and take the emotions out and the personal bias out, you will hear that that's what it's about. I do want to give a shout out to Kings Fork High School for their academic HBCU college fair that they had this week. It was well attended. I want to say thank you to the board for bearing with me today. We had 9 churches here in Suffolk at the church I pastor, and I was trying to double duty. I didn't expect for it to be this long, and I had to drive the bus. That's why you saw me come in and dip out. But I want to see us do better. I do ask that we look at the contract that we had with the consultant for team building. and use the other half of that services that we have paid for that's still out there. My recommendation would be, and this is why I was recommending in the new year, we do it in the new year, the recommendation would be that we use that as a way to get us off to a great start. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you all. Safe travels home.
Ms. Lima?
Well, it's been a busy month, and I think that I was at several events, but there's probably 5 times more events that I could have attended. I had the opportunity to attend the Advanced Instruction Night that was held at Kings Fork High School. I was really pleased. I know it combined all of the high schools, but there were a lot of people there. Several of the classrooms had standing room only, so I was pleased to see the turnout that was there. Additionally, I had a fun night at the trunk or treat at the Hill Point PTA on the 24th following the community book K event that Dr. Miller and Mrs. Pisani and the community outreach that they put on there. I want to really highlight and commend Dr. Miller and Ms. Pisani for a fantastic job that they're doing at Hill Point. I've been there for a couple different things. I was there for a PTA meeting. I also went back to help set up for a book fair, and I have heard just rave reviews about how the year is going there under their leadership. So thank you to both of them. Also, I had the opportunity to attend the Tidewater Education Consortium. So congratulations to Dr. Gordon, the team, the entire school division, because this is a wonderful opportunity that we get to share in with Isle of Wight County Public Schools and also Portsmouth Public Schools. I'm eager to see how much of the $9 million, how we are able to use it, and what the strategy is that we devise on how we allocate that to not only draw in teachers, but to retain them and to help them with their furthering education. So that's a very exciting opportunity. I'm grateful for that grant. Also, I went just the other day to Kilby Shores Elementary School for the Take Your Legislator to School Day, and I want to thank Dr. Lee and her team for escorting us around the school. That was a wonderful opportunity as well, and for the Food and Nutrition Services for feeding us. As always, very grateful for that. Now, a couple of congratulations that I want to pass out. I want to congratulate, and there are so many for tonight. I will be a little bit of an elitist for my borough, so it's not that I'm minimizing anybody else, but I'm very, very excited for Kings Fork High School cheerleaders advancing to the state finals. That is very exciting for them. Also, Hill Point, yay for Hill Point getting the Cooper Hurley 3rd place for the Vote for a School. I want to congratulate the PTA with their part in that, because I know they helped to spread that word as well, and that is quite an achievement. Next year, hopefully we can get 2nd or 1st, and maybe we can get all 3 of them with Suffolk Public Schools for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, so be on the lookout for that. I also want to congratulate Oakland Elementary School. What a fantastic honor to receive the 2024-25 Board of Education Highest Achievement Award. That is fantastic, and I'm really, really proud of that achievement that they've received. I would like to congratulate Vice Chair Howe for being reelected to the board. I'm very, very excited that you will continue serving with us, and I'm also very eager to serve with Sean McGee and Valerie Fields. I had the pleasure of meeting her at the Take Your Legislator to School Day breakfast that we had the other day, and I know Sean is going to do a fantastic job, so I'm really thrilled with that. One kudo, I started this last year. I said if I have anyone give me information about any teachers in any of the schools, I wanted to share kudos, and I've had a new kudo that has been presented to me this week, and it's for Austin Whitehead at CSEP. And this parent actually stated, I'm going to write what she wrote here, that he has had a profound impact. He makes every day he makes a profound impact on his students. He truly cares about his students, goes above and beyond, even investing in his own personal time to answer parents' questions and help them understand techniques and applications so they can all work together to help the precious children of the schools be successful and thrive. So I want to personally thank him, if you consider this personal, through the waves. Mr. Whitehead, thank you so much for the work that you're doing at CSEP and all the other teachers I know that are surrounding him as well. 2 final notes. If you are hankering for some popcorn, Please be sure to get on Hill Point PTA's Instagram or check it out from the Hill Point website, because they are doing a fundraiser for popcorn, and it's only from now until Monday, so be sure to check it out. And finally, on November 22nd, Friday, that's a week from tomorrow at 6 p.m., I will be holding a town hall at the Chuckatuck Fire Department. So I invite anyone to come and attend. We, as a board, are soliciting input from citizens to find out what your priorities are for the budget, because next month we are turning in budget priorities to be considered as the new budget's developed. So if you're not in my borough and you don't care to pick up a phone and call me, please call your board member, because we need to hear from you. It's not about what we want for our boroughs, but it's about what you, the parents and the teachers and the staff and the citizens of our borough, how you want to see that money spent within your school. So please reach out to us. We need to hear from you. So that is, again, Friday, November 22nd at 6 p.m. at the Chuckatuck Fire Department on Kings Highway. Thank you, and have a good night.
Mrs. Byron?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Special congratulations to the Star Achievers for this first quarter. We have so many outstanding people that are doing outstanding work. You know, everyone should get a Star Award, I think. But congratulations to those people that were included. And also to our bus drivers for those perfect attendance. That's very important, and some of the same names are called every time, I noticed, in doing that, and I appreciate those bus drivers. They're on the front line every day, and they do a great job. They're a testament, you know, to our school system. Also, congratulations to Ms. Lori White and Lakeland High School, the teachers, the staff, the students, for that Continuous Improvement Award from the VDOE. That's outstanding. I know Lori's doing a great job over there. She's got a good staff, and they're all very supportive. The students, things are really looking up, and I'm glad to see that. I want to thank Dr. Branch and Dr. Bird and Ms. Forsman, Mr. Napier, all of those who presented during the work session for the excellent information to help us make those decisions that we have to make. Keep up the special congratulations to Dr. John B. Gordon for joining the network of distinguished educators, one of 35 across the nation. And I knew that 5 or 6 years ago now that he was a distinguished educator, and that's when I was chair. I'm proud to say he was hired as our superintendent of schools, and he has done an excellent job and will continue to do an excellent job and think out of the box for Suffolk Public Schools. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks-Buck.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And let me just say ditto to what she said and just add a few more things. Dr. Gordon, I want to say that you've acted with great discipline, taken a lot of insults, and sometimes you just have to smile. But I've told you that I believe there's a hand on you. And even though you and Mr. Waller have experienced a lot of insults from people who claim to be believers, who dress like it and who talk like it and who say all sorts of things. However, the school system has moved forward. When I look at all the programs, when people say they're concerned about academics and student performance and student achievement, and I looked at the report I heard this morning with all this afternoon at 5 with all the scores and the AP performance and all of the great honors our students have gotten, I see what's happening in Suffolk Public Schools. And no matter the mouths that are put on it, I can tell you, as I told some people who were standing in front of some signs as somebody was sharing some big falsehoods, as I was standing there while we were voting, I said, just turn around and look at the signs on the outside of this school that we're standing in front of and see if what you heard comports with what you see in front of the school. And if it doesn't, then you decide what to believe. Actions speak much louder than words, and just keep that in mind. Just keep doing what you're doing, because actions are speaking much louder than words. You have a wonderful staff. We have done some great things with the resources that we have, and I had the opportunity to tell people how we had to piece together some things. And just in case people forget as we leave, there are some things that we've gotten done, and I believe it's really a miracle, because when I think of all the patchwork we had to do to get the $74 million we needed for John F. Kennedy, and to get the things that we have to get done to get Northern Shores finished, because we are going to do that, we got it done. And Fred Cherry came up quickly for us. I mean, for 22 years for Southwestern, Fred Cherry was a real good thing, and really quickly. So a lot of things have happened here that we have done, and we've done it, gotten it accomplished. People claim that they didn't know, and Ms. Dickens, you've done a wonderful job of advertising what we've done. We have to tell our own story, because we see that people are not telling our story. They're creating their own version. They're speaking their own truths. Not the truth, but their own truths. So as we hear those things, let's talk about some realities. I think it's wonderful that our students are not only getting 3s, but getting 4s and 5s on their AP exams. As a retired college professor, I know exactly what that means. As I'm looking at biliteracy, the languages that our students are learning, a couple of languages in addition to English at the same time, that's wonderful, the seal of biliteracy. I think that's great. Thank you, Dr. Branch, and all the other teams that are working on that. The Governor's School performances, we have kids on Broadway. I attended the HBCU night, and I represented my school in blue and white. People thought I belonged to another sorority, but anyhow, there were so many students there who were interested in going to college and getting an education. I have no problem with people who do other things, because we have a wonderful college and career education program. The $9 million grant, as we've talked about, that's a wonderful thing. We talk to our legislators, and we work with our city, and we always have. We are shy about writing the people who can make a difference in the policies that are governing our lives every day. I saw Heather writing down who we need to talk to, and I'm going to talk to people that I've worked with over the years, because there are things we can do. And all of us who jump up here at the podium and say we're tax-paying citizens, we are, and we need to write those legislators who are making up crazy rules for us to follow, and other folks who are, and let them know that they're crazy rules for us to follow. I want to thank all of you. As I leave because I choose to. I've been here for 12 years. For those who understand some biblical numbers, it's time, and I know it's time, and I choose the time. I'm leaving a very nice lady in my place, and I think you will enjoy working with her, because she's a very good person. I think she's cooperative, and I think she will add value to the school board. I want you to know that when I hear people talk about us getting along and everybody knowing what we're doing, I got news for you. 12 years, and I stood at the polls, and I had to explain to people who I was. People who voted for me 3 times already, and I explained who I was as I was standing at the poll. I don't think I looked that different. I'm looking forward to the next move in my life. But I'll be back. I'll come see you on the other side of the podium, and we'll enjoy each other's company. I'll get to speak on some issues, and I won't be ugly. I'll just be honest. I got to attend my last CSEP meeting. I want you all to continue with that program. It needs some firming up, but it needs your support, because it's a cooperative effort with school systems, and we cannot afford to go it alone. So whoever moves into that place, please know what you're doing and support that program. We can't afford the students with the disabilities and keep working to get the money that the federal government owes us, because with that, we could do a lot of things for our special ed students. I want to say good evening because it's the hour for me to depart. But have a blessed evening and continue to do the great job that you're doing. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good evening. I first want to thank my colleagues for supporting us moving forward with this very lengthy, very cumbersome discussion about Driver Elementary. And I look forward to the fruit that our city and our community as a whole reaps from that. And while Board Member Slingloff has kudos to share in her borough, I believe we are heavy on success on my side of town. Our Warrior cheerleaders, our Warrior field hockey, and our Warrior football teams are all advancing to the next level. So I encourage you to get out and support them this weekend as they move on to the next level of semifinals and regionals and whatnot. I'm very proud of Mr. Smith's Chargers and Ms. Pulaska's Gators for their attendance achievement and calling attention and success to my side of town again. I welcome Sean McGee and Valerie Fields to this board and look forward to turning a new page and moving forward in a direction where we collaborate well and bring our diverse backgrounds to the table. I would like to encourage our elementary families to keep reading The World of Humphrey if you started that journey with us. And when you get to chapter 7, if that video hasn't already aired, I apologize. I realized the morning of my recording that I would be required to sing a part of the national anthem in that recording. And Dr. Neighbors asked me if I could sing, and I cannot, as you will all soon discover. Skip on to chapter 8. Mr. Whitfield is my hero. To see him standing here for an attendance award as a bus aide now, that man just cannot get enough of us, and I'm very thankful for him. I'm grateful to Mr. Walrath, if I'm saying that correctly, from my community who came out and spoke about the Driver property, and Mr. Powell, who showed up tonight to speak with us as well. I would echo what Board Member Slingloff said. Although I don't have a town hall scheduled, I had planned to do a Facebook poll and reach out in other media avenues to gather input for budget initiatives. I know one of the things that I've gotten the most consistent and most specific feedback about in recent months is the desire for middle school baseball and subsequently softball. So I am, as a heads up, going to have that on my list because it's very thought out by the constituents and the parents that have reached out and even volunteered their time as coaches or however they can support it. But with 4 other slots to fill, I need to hear from you as well. I need to know from your vantage point what you see needs attention and needs effort. And to all of our staff, every cog in the wheel is required for the wheel to turn. Whether it's a custodian, a bus driver, our teachers, our admin, they're all necessary parts, and without one of those parts, the whole wheel comes to a halt. So I just want to express that you're all valued for what you bring to the table. Your efforts are recognized. I realize as a former educator and now a mom of a student with some learning differences, the battles that you fight every day that don't show up in the numbers that we report. The stories that you hear and the stories you take home in your hearts of the kiddos that walk through your door with more baggage than you could imagine carrying yourself. And so I'm thankful for you that you are still in the trenches and you're still fighting for these kids because you are needed. Y'all have a good evening and a safe holiday for Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Ditto to what everyone said. And I just want to make note that I've had the privilege to attend several plays at Lakeland High School where they have some amazing actresses there. And they went to Williamsburg on Saturday, and I think out of maybe 18 other performances from other schools. They came in third place, and so that is a great thing. So congratulations to them. Congratulations, I'm a little biased. He's from Nansemond River, though. Tavon Douglas for his debut on TV, being honored. He's one of our football players who plays almost every position. The quarterback, I guess he got hurt, and so he went from one position and took quarterback, and then it was another position. So kudos to him. He's been going to church with us for the last 2 months, so he's making touchdowns everywhere. The football, we have a football game tomorrow at Nansemond River. So like we said, we need support. Everyone, please come out and support them. Believe me, they may be on the field, but they look back to see who's out there in the stands or standing on the fence watching them. They love to see us there watching them and supporting them. Thank you for your staff for all that you do. Thank you for everyone who came and spoke and all the other honors. Thank you. I love honoring the bus drivers. If we don't have the kids at school, then we don't need to be at school. So thank you so much. I was excited. I told Dr. Gordon and Vice Chair that one of the ladies out there was my elementary school bus driver, and she still looked the same. I don't know how she does it, but I just love bus drivers and everybody. And thank you so much, board members, for your time. And we only have informational items now, and let's go home.